Alright. Hello, chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. I did see the Rick and Morty thing. Is he the creator of the show? I thought the news about Rick and Morty was, with the guy who, like, I think he's, like, the lead writer or something, and he also voice acts, like, most of the characters, if I'm right. It's the guy who also just voice acted, like, literally every character in the game High on Life that just came out. But for those that don't know, apparently he's gotten charged with felony domestic violence. So yikes. But hello, JJ, Jessica, Dreammaster. Weirdly, Jessica's new profile picture did not show up on my phone. It's still her previous one. There was no reason to point it out. It's just weird that on my computer I'm seeing the new one, but on mobile I'm still seeing the old one. Anyway. Oh, I forgot to full screen it before I flipped over. You didn't see anything. You didn't see my wallpaper or nothing. I forgot that that was an important part. It's not that it wasn't known I was playing on emulator. We had some weird, like, graphical glitches the other day with it. Oh, wait, new game. Whoa, Cole. Slow down. Slow down. It thinks that I only played for 2.5 hours after researching on Justin Roiland. I can never remember his name, but yeah, that's him. I always forget his name. I can tell you that I played more than 2.5 hours. It's only a matter of time before the city falls. Is the volume fine? Because I forgot that the game was this loud. I can suddenly barely hear myself. So I'm trying to remember what... Oh, hold on. I remember what's up. What's up is, before someone says it, no, I haven't updated to the new PCSX2. That's the last actual save that I made. But then I was in this desert bit trying to find the last siren and realized that I was over time and couldn't leave the desert again to save, so just went for a quick save. But of course now she's apparently just right here. I can hear her immediately. Rip Rick and Morty fan base. I mean, I feel like Rick and Morty, not to be that guy that's like, oh, Rick and Morty fell off, but like, Rick and Morty was definitely more popular back in like 2016, 2017. Like, at that point I would have called Rick and Morty like mainstream popular, but I feel like past like the first couple seasons, it kind of got to a show where it's like, yeah, it's got its little community that watches it. You know, there's certainly a group of people that enjoy Rick and Morty. God, I'm getting rolled. Also, last God of War stream got hit with limited ads. So I'm hoping that the certain types of content that led to restricted ad revenue on that stream are kind of beyond us at this point. I can't juggle these guys like at all. I was wondering if I might be able to. It's so hard to see it in the desert area, which makes it really hard to try to read these guys' telegraphs and stuff right now. Yeah, I don't think I can juggle them at all. And they are tanky, and their attacks really hurt. Oh my. Yeah, that hurts. I'm not doing so hot. Kratos is supposed to be a little more efficient in combat than this. Here we go. Get me my health back, please. Get me my health back. I need it. Thank you. Doom Glory kills before Doom Glory kills. I don't know. Can I do the thing while he's up like this? Oh yeah, I can. Some enemies, like the prompt will stay, but unless they're like stunned, I can't actually initiate one of these little grapple sequences. Where did the siren go? Oh my god, there's more of them. Are the Minotaurs just gonna be like infinitely spawning until the siren is dealt with? can faintly hear her out here. Where did she go? Isn't this... Oh no, these are just random ruins. I was like, is this the temple that I'm trying to open? Did she try to run away and went straight to where I was trying to get into? She just saved me time, or like, what's going on? Oh my... Oh, the shoulder charge works well. I can block it, it looks like? That was one of my questions the other day. It was like, can I block the lightning bolt? I definitely can. Oh my god, she juked me out there. Hey, hey, hey! No more of that! We're done. We're done. Hello, Ozzy, how's it going?
The desert sirens have been destroyed. The path before you is now revealed.
That's great. Now I have these minotaurs on me that I have to deal with. Taurs. Minotaur. So, give me a bit before I head over there. Because these two boys aren't exactly going to make it easy on me. God, I wish the visibility wasn't so terrible out here. Like, I get what you're going for. What's the company? Santa Monica. I was like, who makes God of War anyway? I couldn't remember for a second. I see what we were going for here. But oh my god, I can't see. Okay, health back time. That was a pretty clean Minotaur fight, at least by my standard. That went pretty well, considering it was a 2v1, and I was being really aggressive. A large profit on my health. Large health profits here. Okay. Do I have enough to upgrade anything that would be worth upgrading? No. I don't have enough to upgrade anything. I forgot that the other day I wasn't quite sure what I was even going to upgrade. I could go for Blades of Chaos. More damage, more moves to combo with. Medusa's Gaze. Freezing things faster would be really nice. It gets an instant freeze attack. I'm between the two. Like, Blades of Chaos are more general use. The Medusa's Gaze, in its niche situations, will be better if I just grab that upgrade. Also, remember to like the stream for algorithm and such, especially because YouTube kind of, I don't know what the right word would be, suppressed the last stream after being like, you know, this game is a little mature. This is for a more mature audience. So the likes are especially appreciated for God of War streams. My controller connection just went weird. That was what the audio stutter was. Oh, we got 2 of the choice chests. Why would you not just give me 1 of each then? Because unless I'm mistaken, these always fully refill whatever you choose. So why not just give me 1 of each chest? Like, would there be a situation where I want 2 health chests? Also, what's with the shader effect there? I don't know if that was like an emulator thing, or if that's just how the game actually was. That's sometimes the problem with revisiting a game after so long through emulation, where I'm just like, would it have had that weird shader effect on PS2, or is this a visual bug because emulators are not perfect, have issues? That seems like it's something. Oh. What is this? Oh, I grabbed it, Uh-oh. What is happening? Ugh! Oh, okay. Wait, the other guy can't be grabbed anymore? What is that? If I miss my window, it's just gone? I guess? Wait, is this gonna be stuck? Oh no, we're good. I'm assuming that needs to go down the line in some fashion. Oh wait, no. I want health. I got the PS5. Nice, nice. Oh, is this gonna jam the big boy? It would seem like a no. It respawned. Where do you go? Oh, wait, I think I get it. That way, going down that way is completely blocked off. Yeah, I do get it. There. I needed that to go faster. Good question of the day. I'm really grasping at this point, but I thought that was a solid one. What was your answer, Finn? What was your answer? There we go. See, I'm smart. You know, I do know. I was just asking to see if by some chance it wasn't Star Wars. Somehow. Hello? Mighty Kronos, the Titan, is harnessed. The Temple of Pandora chained to his back. Is that? I think that is like an accurate myth, isn't it? There's something along those lines at the very least. God of War takes a lot of liberties with at least Greek myth. Again, I don't know the story of like Thor and Ragnarok, so I don't even know what happens with Norse myth. But with Greek myth, they take a lot of liberties. Like, simplest, most obvious one, Kratos, in actual Greek myth, is a Titan himself. He's not this guy, like, at all. Gods appear before Pathos Verdes III, commanding him to build a temple. That might just be a historical thing. How's the most powerful weapon on Earth or in Olympus? Hey, where's that temple at? Hey, where's the temple at? By chance. And what weapon are we talking about? I've been meaning to read Dune for the lore, despite hearing how dry and confusing the book is. Have you seen the new Dune movie, Finn? Because I saw the old one like a while ago and I didn't really like it. But a buddy of mine like convinced me after me being very hesitant to watch the new movie with him, and I loved it. The new Dune movie was really good, actually. Like, I was shocked because I did not think I was gonna like it. I like reading the book first. One of them nerd types. I get it. I get it. I see how it is. I didn't mention it, but the horn splitting the sandstorm was cool. I didn't say it out loud because I was talking about the new movie. But that was sick. What? Wait. Oh, 3 of them? Bro, you cannot be doing this to me. Oh, is that Kronos? Holy, okay. Oh my, here. Yeah, that's how we do it. All right. How many of them are we spawning here? Oh my god. Oh. Oh. That was metal. That was so cool. Hello, Smitty. Oh my god, it's not it. Yeah, she got comboed. I was like, are they gonna be easier to combo as a standard enemy and not like a mini boss out in the desert? I managed to get one good combo. Okay, okay. You brought this on yourself. Crazy siren lady. Oh. I got the horn back. Sister got the 4-piece combo. She really... It wasn't even that I just hit like a good combo string. It's that I then looped it a second time and hit the exact same one again. I kind of did her dirty with it. My combo feeds back into itself. Good to know. Is that me summoning Kronos over here? Mr. crawling around the desert with a whole temple on his back? Yep.
Kronos, the last of the mighty titans, emerged from the desert sands. On his back, Pandora's temple awaited, massive and patient, ready to challenge all who went in search of its guarded treasure.
Am I gonna yell in his ear? For a second, I really thought. I love when Kratos just yells other gods' names at them. I thought I was just gonna go right up to his ear. Kronos!
For 3 days, Kratos climbed the sheer walls of the mountain.
3 days?
He would either recover Pandora's box or perish inside the cursed temple, never to return to the world of man.
Took me 3 days to climb that? I had a really good start. You know, maybe I just burned all my energy getting up to the starting line. But wow, 3 days is a long climb. Save point. I know bro's back hurts. Well, it was supposed to be like eternal punishment. So, you know. Hold on, what did Finn say? We're working in a wetland / bog right now. So I'm knackered from wading through mud all day. Funny British words. What's going on? Oh. That seems normal. I ended the game right after the bit where you get the sword. Artemis says something so painfully inaccurate to Greek myth. I was literally just saying that God of War takes a lot of liberties with Greek myth. Like, remember when I said that the professor for my, like, world mythologies course I took in university was like, we're not even gonna do Greek myth because everyone knows it already? She, on, like, her PowerPoint presentation while she was saying that, she was like, however, if your exposure to Greek myth has been from any of these, then I suggest that you go and actually read up on it yourself because you got taught the wrong stuff. And God of War was one of the things on the slide. And it made me smile, because I was like, yeah. Yeah, they take, like, the basis. They take a lot of the more... They pretty much take, like, the rule set, the foundation, and then they just change most of it. It's entertaining, but it's not accurate. I don't know if they did the same thing with the Norse myth in 4 and Ragnarok, because I don't know the story at all. Like, I don't know if they took a ton of liberties there. But I've kind of just assumed that they would have. Because God of War, when it uses mythology, at least in the original trilogy, it's kind of like the rule of cool sort of take on Greek myth, where it's like, yeah, it's somewhat accurate, but in a way that makes it way cooler for the mid to late 2000s.
So, you think you can conquer the Temple of the Gods, do you?
Who are you? Why do you have a normal voice?
It's never been done, you know. Sooner or later, the Harpies will bring what's left of you back for me to burn. The gods hid Pandora's box in here, so no mortal would ever claim its power. And yet, year after year, I open the gate for more and more soldiers and place more and more bodies on these pyres. If I were you, I'd leave now. But I can see you are determined. Very well.
He's just gonna be like, go chase the skull.
May the gods grant you strength to conquer the perils that lay before you. Good luck, Spartan.
Is that supposed to be someone? Gus Fring? Who's the zombie? Who that just sits here and burns the bodies? Who is this? He opened his mouth and that voice was not what I was expecting when I was looking at him. You know, like I was expecting some kind of like more monstrous voice, if that makes sense. Sorry. I call him John Smith Jr. Sepper, isn't Kratos an actual myth, a Titan? Am I wrong about that? I'm pretty sure that that's right. I'm pretty sure Kratos is a Titan in like actual myth. He's a son of a Titan. That's where I might have been confused. Woohoo! That's fast. Such a minor character. Yeah, he's never really used for much. Like, Kratos himself is one of those things in God of War that I'm like, it is not accurate, the portrayal of him, but it's cool enough that I'll overlook it, because I kind of like this version of him more, if I'm being honest. Okay. I'm assuming I can't block their swings. Yeah. I was like, there's no way. They're so big that I definitely wouldn't be able to. Oh, wait. Medusa. Hold on. Slow down. I can afford Medusa upgrade. I was like, hold up, wait a minute. If I'm gonna start using it, if there are new enemies that will make it more useful than before, I'm no longer on the fence. Gordon Flash. Or Gorgon. Gordon. You heard it here first, everyone. The Gordon Flash. Okay, well that didn't do fuck all. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, maybe Medusa's gaze isn't the most useful on these guys. Maybe. Maybe I save up for blades instead. I'm not far off from it. I was kind of like, oh, a new enemy that would make Medusa's gaze useful means that that decision is a lot easier for me to make. But it's definitely not as useful as I thought it was about to be. Damn, you guys were just tanking all of that? My entire magic bar? Both of those spells are upgraded as well. Oh, there we go. We got one of them. Is that it? Okay, sweet. Oh, awesome. Just throw another one in. 20 bolts of Zeus. Yeah, let's put it into lore perspective. Those are Zeus's lightning bolts handed down to me for my own use. And they just tanked like 20 of those. You know, Poseidon's lightning storm. These guys just, they'll take all the damage. They don't care what you're throwing at them. It don't matter. They can take all of it. Real shame. I mean, I'm gonna be frank about Justin Roiland, right? The dude's kind of a one-trick pony. Like, he's funny when you first see his material, but his material is the exact same thing every single time. And it doesn't get funnier as it goes on. It's just like, how many times are we doing the world is meaningless humor over and over and over and over and over. Like, he's got his shtick that made him famous and successful, and he just has not veered away from it at all in the last, like, 7 years. And also, he was, like, beating his girlfriend or something. Apparently. Severely, if it's a felony charge. Or just really consistently, if not particularly severely. Like, Rick and Morty first season, really funny. Rick and Morty second season, still pretty good, but it's like kind of the same thing. And then by season 3, I was just like, yeah, I just give up. I'm just done with Rick and Morty, I guess. Then I saw like some clips of High on Life recently, and it literally just felt like Rick and Morty the game. And I was like, this really is his one shtick, huh? Like, this is his one. He does the same voice for every character, too. Like, all of the random characters he was voicing in High on Life were literally just Morty from Rick and Morty, like, voice-wise. It was even the same vocal performances throughout, like, everything. And I'm just like, dude. Like, there's the whole doubling down on success. Hold on. I think I just need to start experimenting with some crazy moves here. I need to find... Oh god, I failed it. I pressed circle. Oh, thanks for that. Let's try it again. What? Too slow? Did I say Better Call Saul an S tier in general? I haven't even finished the first season because it bored me. So, if I did a Breaking Bad tier list, I wouldn't even rank Better Call Saul, or I would put it in like low C, high D probably. Season 1, I mean. Because like, I had no interest to watch it, genuinely. As someone who loved the entirety of Breaking Bad, of BCS when you meant Breaking Bad? Are you sure about that? I thought I was talking about Breaking Bad. I thought I was talking about Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad season 1 is the best season. Is there no attack available to me other than Poseidon's Wrath that will inflict any type of stun damage on these guys? Oh, man, my window is so short there. Breaking Bad season 1 in S tier is based. Yeah, you can't really like read any of it, so I was just looking at the picture and I'm like, that looks like Breaking Bad. I just thought I was talking about Breaking Bad. To be fair though, I also haven't been wearing my glasses today, so maybe it's not that hard to read and I'm just blind. Better Call Saul season 1 from what I've seen is really boring. Yeah, and it's like you come off of Breaking Bad into it, and like even in a vacuum, Better Call Saul wouldn't have been a very entertaining show, season 1 I mean, because I haven't seen beyond that. Like even just if that was its own show with nothing preceding it, it wouldn't have been that good. But especially you come off of Breaking Bad and you go into Better Call Saul and you're just like, it's not the same. It's not the same. Hello, emulator. We do a little chugging. I don't know what that was. I could use Wrath of the Gods, but it's the last one. I thought it was YouTube. No, that was my emulator. I guess that's what happens when you start playing God of War locked at 60 in 4K. Like native upscaled 4K, like I am right now. Obviously, I'm not streaming it at that resolution, but I'm playing it at that resolution, and it looks great. Take my word for it. But I've also talked about before, I love like older, lower poly games with higher resolutions, because there's like there's a weird aesthetic appeal to like older graphics, but just up-resed. I forgot PS3 is hard to emulate. No, RPCS3 is genuinely probably the second best emulator I've ever used. I played Demon Souls beginning to end for my first playthrough on it. No stutter, locked 60 FPS, 1440p. Like even on my system, it ran like a dream. And that's genuinely one of the most impressive emulators out there. Like, DuckStation is the single most impressive emulator I've ever seen in my life. DuckStation takes it, but RPCS3 is a close second. I didn't do the HD collection, because the HD collection of God of War is only playable in widescreen, to my knowledge, unless I'm wrong. And they did, like, the crappy, lazy widescreen where they just stretched and zoomed in. So, you know, things are going kind of wrong for me. Really? It ran so well for me. Because, like, I bought the disc and I started playing on my PS3. And I was just like, I don't want to play this at 30 FPS. So I tried it on RPCS3 and it ran beautifully. My message, you really get caught by automod again? Oh, sorry, no. Only thing I know from Better Call Saul is where a character does a lousy tutorial on a pimento cheese sandwich. I don't know if I even remember that. Or maybe I just never saw it. I don't know if it's super early or not. If it is early, I don't remember it. This is a really cool room. Hey, oh wait, no, these aren't guys that I got excited. I thought these were enemies that I could combo. Like, reasonably. Oh my god. I hate these guys. I thought these were like the basic armored soldier enemies. Yeah, that's fun. The sound effect they make doesn't hurt my ears. I don't know who thought of this enemy. Did I really just get shot out of my juggling combo? That is unbelievable. Who's the most badass out of Slayer, Kratos, and Chief? I would say Slayer takes the cake. My overall favorite of those three would be Chief, not Slayer. But if I'm just rating the badass factor, I'm going with the Slayer. That would be my pick. I would say Chief is the least traditionally badass of the bunch. Because you look at Slayer and Kratos, at least old Kratos by comparison, not Dad of War. And like the other two are just pure Sigma energy. Strong because they're angry and big manly man. But Chief's humanity makes him a much more interesting character, especially in games, hear me out, like Halo 4 and Halo Infinite. Where, in my opinion, those are the two best portrayals of Chief as a character. Sorry, Halo fans. I said a good thing about Halo 4 again. And I will face the consequences. I finally found a reliable way to get damage on them. And now I can take out the archers. Halo 4's character work is beautiful. Like, Lasky, not to say more good things about Halo 4 and anger an entire community, but Lasky specifically is one of my favorite characters, like, in the franchise. He's great. Like, even in his very brief appearance in Halo 5, he's like the only character in that game, aside from Buck, that wasn't butchered. Like, Lasky and Buck were the only good characters in 5, for me. Because Buck is Buck. Buck is also, like, top 3 Halo characters. I don't give a shit. The bravest hero shall solve its puzzles and survive its dangers. Chief architect and loyal subject of the gods. I missed him in Infinite. I have no I could bitch about Infinite's campaign all day. I really could. I have a weird hot take where I think Infinite is probably the second worst Halo campaign. Like, full on, I think it's better than 5, but not by much. You changed your thoughts on The Last of Us show since it's gotten consistent 10s? No. The show doesn't come out for another 2 days, right? And you know what else got consistent 10s in the early review cycle? The Last of Us 2. So absolutely not. I have not changed my mind at all. Is this a giant circle? Oh god, if it's a giant circle, I'm gonna get lost. That's pretty metal. Don't mind me. Just gonna run through to the end. The Last of Us 2 is a great game. I stand by what I said. I feel like I'm committing a crime, especially playing a PlayStation game right now. We are treading dangerous water with me talking shit about The Last of Us, as I'm known to do. Last of Us fans are annoying. That's an understatement. I feel like every console exclusive game in existence, I'm exaggerating a little bit, the majority of console exclusive properties have absolutely obnoxious fan bases. I fucking love Halo. I think that the Halo community can be pretty obnoxious with it though. God of War's community can be a little much for me sometimes, but they're not as bad as like Halo or The Last of Us. I'm yet to see a genuine Last of Us 2 criticism. I haven't played the game. From what I know of the game, from what I've seen of even just like the writing, Ellie's character in The Last of Us 2 is the most like bafflingly poorly written trauma baby I've ever seen in fiction. She was likable in the first game. Is this a time limit thing? No? Oh, it is. It is a time limit thing. We can talk Last of Us in March when I play the game again. I'm lagging too. Okay, Sepper's not. Woo! If you're lagging, you could try just lowering the resolution. Like, if you're at 1080, just drop it to, like, 720 or something. There is a skull-shaped hollow. Okay, so I think... possibly. Oh. Oh, God. I'm gonna get lost so fast here. I think I have to find an item to then put in the doorway and shine the light onto. At least that's the rational thing for me to think right here, right now. Daughters of Lord Zeus made from solid gold. 2 of the carvings are missing. Oh boy. I'll be back. What is happening? Like, even my stream preview is fine. $144p and lagging is not normal, though. My OBS looks fine. Second to RDR2. You need to actually play RDR2, man. Like, whenever Last of Us 2 gets to PC, I'm playing it.
Kratos, the gods demand more of you. You have learned to use the blades of chaos well.
I have.
They alone will not carry you to the end of your task. I offer you the very blade I used to slay a titan. Take this gift and use it to complete your quest. Take this weapon, Kratos. Take this power and use it to defeat your enemies.
How do I swap between them again?
Go with the gods,
Wait, what?
Kratos. Go forth in the name of Olympus.
That seems like a really janky way to swap weapons. Oh, it's fairly quick. Well, I'm certainly not going to be doing my, like, Devil May Cry shit with this kind of weapon swap, but I can try. I gave it, like, 4 hours and it didn't draw me in. Yeah, I was about to ask, because even the first time I played RDR2, I quit, like, about a couple hours into Chapter 2, and literally every single person that I know who hasn't played the game through has also quit, like, a couple hours into Chapter 2. Because it's a very slow burn approach with RDR2. So it's a little slower. Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta just learn the moveset with this thing now. Like, I don't even know what I can be doing with it. Wait a second, that's not a grab anymore? Oh. Hold on. Where is the moves list? Where is it? Blade of Artemis. Oh, okay. So it's got moves like this. That's why. So they're all hold L1 and one of the face buttons. Let's see what we can do then. Oh, that's pretty sweet. See, now there. Oh, okay. There is an aerial. Wait a second. Can I not sheath my sword in the air? Oh, that's so disappointing. That's so unbelievably disappointing, actually. Oh, wait, I have a lot of orbs. Hold on a sec. I'm not gonna... It only increases the power. I don't get more moves out of it. But I hated Gravity Rush. I don't think I watched it. Hermes Fury. Hold on. What is that about? Oh. Why are you throwing these? Okay. It's a game? Gravity Rush? Wait, what is this? I've never even seen this. What's the show I'm thinking of, chat? What is this? I've never seen this before in my life. Like, genuinely. How'd you manage to pull out a game that I've never seen before? That's hard to do. It's hard to hit me with a game that I've never seen or heard of. You managed to do it today. What is this? Gravity Falls. That's what I was thinking of. You're right. You got it. It was a PS Vita exclusive for a couple years. Yeah, okay. Also anime game. Wait. What's the Achilles flip? I missed that the first time. Woo! I can do it at them too? Not anime? Bro, look at it. What are you telling me, not anime? Yeah, okay, so hear me out, chat. Hear me out, right? And maybe I'm wild for this one. I don't know. Maybe I need more time with the sword. I think this thing's kind of poo-poo. I don't think this thing has many actual viable uses. It's probably good for like really large tanky enemies, but in like general combat, that's gonna be a no from me. Oh my god. This is just cruel. But maybe this is... I was gonna say, this must be one of those moments where the game is trying to tutorialize the sword, right? It's gotta be what's happening here. But it doesn't seem very effective against them either. I don't think the sword is very good. I think the sword might suck. Oh wait, no, that is where I want to be. Yeah, there's no expanded moveset either. Like, what's there? That's it. That's the moveset. And its moveset, it's a yikes from me. It's not a very versatile or useful moveset. My disappointment is immeasurable. But keep in mind, I am spoiled. Because I'm a Devil May Cry fan. Where there is not a single weapon across the franchise that doesn't have a fantastic moveset and is super highly usable outside of the starting sword in DMC 1, which is literally replaced and no longer usable ever again once you get to the second level. It's literally there for the first level of the first game, and that's it. Stop pretending you haven't played it already. I mean, I have, but it's been years. Like, aside from the videos we did earlier this year, separate, right? Where I played, like, the first 2 levels. I played, like, the Hydra level and the Gates of Athens level, and then it stopped. So past that, it's been one of those things where it's like, yeah, I've played, but not in any sort of time frame where I remember the game. If you wanted to suck DMC's dick, you could have just streamed that. I actually was thinking about maybe doing it, depending on how much enjoyment comes out of the God of War stuff. Because, like, DMC, for those that don't know, the original DMC game was the inspiration that this game was built off of. And it's very not subtle. Like, if you've played both of them, it's very clear, the inspirations. And DMC in general is just the game that set the foundations for character action going forward, and as, if you ask me, and most character action game fans, never been topped in its own thing, I guess. I don't know what to call it. Subgenre. It's kind of like how Resident Evil has never stopped being like the survival horror game. It's like, yeah, there are others. There are others that are really good, but none that are quite like to Resident Evil's reputation or standard, right? DMC is like that for character action. My PC, oh my god, I hate that. I hate the getting frozen in the air and insta-dead. 2003 Dell. I'm on a 1080 Ti and an i7 8700K. So, not exactly the most impressive specs nowadays, but more than enough to emulate PS2. Nice buffer? What do you mean, Finn? What do you mean, nice buffer? My Wi-Fi is doing great. Is the stream just buffering a ton? Like, is Sepper the only one not having the stream buffer like crazy right now? Like, is Sepper genuinely the only one not buffering insanely? There's no reason that it should be buffering. Everything in OBS looks perfectly fine. I'm not buffering? Okay. Weirdly, it seems like everyone in the UK is. I wonder if YouTube's servers over in England are just going through it right now, or like, what's up? Because I have no idea. UK issue. I almost wish that my damage didn't get upgraded as I leveled the blades. Hear me out. Because then I could make my combos look cooler. I could draw them out longer and do cooler stuff with them. That's like the one downside to straight damage buffs in a game like this. It's like, but what happens then when I want to style on my enemies? And absolutely skill diff them with my crazy combos. Fine for me? Okay. Alright. I'm not messing with these anymore. Oh my god, it doesn't cancel my Yeah, I'm not doing the finishers while I'm using Wrath of the Gods or whatever it's called. I was gonna say, I'm gonna get turned to stone! Fighting 4 of those at once is just not fun. Wow. Speaking of Devil May Cry, Finn, how's that controller situation? You can see why now. Were you also playing it on hard when you played Sepper, or were you on normal? Because I played on hard being like, oh, I don't remember this game being very difficult. And there have been some checkpoints that I'm like, man, I wonder if on normal this was easy, but on hard it's just like not balanced or something. Because sometimes I get to these random checkpoints where I'm like, dude. Just realized I was incredibly far behind. I wonder if the UK YouTube servers are just having a time right now. Because I know that I see stuff like that because I follow like the YouTube creators page, which is essentially just YouTube's support page on Twitter. And people will tweet at them all the time and be like, hey, the servers in Poland just aren't working right now. Like, I can't watch YouTube in Poland. And they're like, yeah, we're aware, we're looking into it. Like, sometimes local servers will just absolutely shit the bed for YouTube. So I wonder if that might be happening in the UK right now. Alright. See, this is the way that you were clearly intended to get through this checkpoint. I love that little contextual, like, yank down move. I wish there was a consistent input for it so that I could use it, because sometimes I'll go for it and it will just do like this. And I'll just grab it, nothing, when I'm trying to, like, yank them back in. I wish it had a specific, like, button combo type input so that I could always make sure that I do actually get the right attack off. Because it looks so cool when you use it. That time it just got interrupted. I could probably block these guys. I don't know why I'm trying to dodge them. Up. I've heard Poland is fairly nice. I've also heard that they have a lot of femboys. My source may or may not be present. Don't ask me. Whoa. Bro, you're kidding. They really did this? You've got, that's a joke, right? That is some straight up, like, what were you thinking kind of encounter design. Because, like, what if I didn't save all of my magic bar through the entire fight? Like I did there, not intentionally, I just happened to have done it. And it's just like, oh yeah, walk across this beam with 4 archers using explosive arrows shooting at you the whole time. You'll be fine. You'll make it. Don't worry about it. Oh my god. The camera? Hello? Half Polish, half femboy. Alright. We just keep her going. Look at that. I made it through the checkpoint that made Sepper quit. I'm proud of myself. We keep her going. It only took like 5-6 tries maybe. Want to travel to Ukraine? Yeah, me too. Maybe in like 5 years. You know, maybe not now, but like, yeah, me too. Polish people rivaling New Yorkers in their xenophobia? Really? Woo. I'm getting close on the Gorgonized, actually. The Pripyat exclusion zone. Apparently, it's like getting to the point where it's safe enough for people to re-enter. And I don't think it's quite there, but I think that it's like gonna be back to the point where people can safely enter it within a few years, right? Speaking of the exclusion zone, did anyone see the new gameplay stuff for Stalker 2? Because it looks fantastic. It looks so good. It actually looks like a dream. And the fact that they've been developing it, because for people who don't know, Stalker 2 is being developed by a Ukrainian studio. And they've stayed in Ukraine. Like, half of their dev team has taken up arms and is fighting Russia. Like, locally, defending Ukraine and all that. And they have stayed in Ukraine to keep working on the game. They are that dedicated. Like, there's videos on their Twitter where, like, some days they'll have to, like, move down to the bomb shelter and work from their laptops down there while the sirens are going. Like, crazy shit. They are so dedicated to getting this game out and having it be, like, the best game it can be. It is beyond inspiring. Awesome. Also, confession time, only just realized that that prompt with, like, wiggle the thumbstick left and right, you're actually supposed to wiggle it in a circle, not just left and right, because you get more inputs per second that way. Like, it's a noticeable difference that I shake them off way faster spinning in a circle than going left and right. It's just not a very clear, communicative prompt on that one. Can you fuck off? I'm trying to beat the shit out of your friend. Oh my god. It will never be safe for for at least a few thousand years. I'm pretty sure that it's, like, gonna be safe enough within a few years. I'm pretty sure I saw something about that. Where, like, they are strongly looking into the viability of tourism within it in the next 5 to 10 years. It's apparently it's not gonna be safe enough to, like, live within, but it's gonna be, like, safe enough to go and, like, walk around for a couple hours. Did I really just fall off? What the hell? Are you kidding me? I got all the way to the end, too. Hold on. I need to look this up now. Need to look into this. Yeah. Yeah, they're saying, like, it'll be a few thousand years before you can, like, live within the exclusion zone. Like, it's actually, like, you could just set up a city in there or something. But, they've already apparently started doing, restricted tourism. Meaning, like, you have to go in, like, with an actual guided tour. And, like, there's a lot of safety precautions, but they apparently already have tourism within the exclusion zone. Which I thought that was even, like, a few years away, but apparently they've already started doing it. I found a mini PC for $7. What? Also, what's a Black Friday store? What is a mini PC? What is a Black Friday store? You have a lot to explain here, Bird. Like, are we talking a laptop when you say a mini PC? What does mini PC mean? What are these words you speak? Oh my god. Can you play nice? Can you wait your turn? My thumb is getting so tired from spinning around. An i5. Uh-oh. Hold on, let me look into that one. I don't know this processor. 8279. Did you actually get this for $7? Let's see. Okay, yeah, by mini PC you mean laptop. This is a laptop component. 500 gigs is nothing. But like, for $7, it's fine. Why will it not let me benchmark it? Hello? Can I see the benchmark? Hold on. Here we go. I got it. I got it. I mean, it's an okay CPU. For $7, it's not bad. That CPU gets a little under half the performance that like mine would, for reference. So I don't know like what it would and wouldn't run. But for $7, never had a computer or a laptop before, so I'll take it. I mean, it's a computer. A silver shield rests on the altar. There's a picture of Hades. I mean, sure. I don't see why not. Wait, is that a weapon? Wait, hold on. No, it's not. Okay, I was like, what? Ugh. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Did I just lose it? I did just lose the combo. Damn, man. That was a... Are they infinitely spawning? Am I missing the point here? I honestly can't tell what's happening. I don't know what the gimmick here is. I'm literally trying to swap to the sword. There. Oh my god, it happened. There we go. I've been trying to do it, and it's just not been working. Like, it just kept doing the shoulder charge every time. And I was like, this is a group setting where maybe I can get some usefulness out of it. No, it's still just not as good as the Blades of Chaos. It's still, like, I would just rather use the blades. When is the last time you've heard someone say, I'm gonna go on vacation to Belarus, or let's go to Bulgaria this winter? Like, maybe Greece? Because it's Greece, it's kind of sad, really. Well, I mean, like, what would you go to, like, to say, Bulgaria for? Like, what is unique to Bulgaria that is going to be worth the travel, you know? Because you bring up somewhere like Greece. It's like Greece has extensive history. Greek myth is still incredibly popular and relevant nowadays. Like, you look at somewhere like Japan, where like that culture is so unbelievably rich that people just want to go see it in person. And it's like, you look at somewhere like Bulgaria, and it's like, I mean, if I'm going over to that region, there's just other countries there that I guess just kind of offer more reasons to go. if that makes sense. Like, there's more to see in its neighboring countries, even. Kinda depressing. I mean, sure. Because, like, tourism does wonders for an economy, especially when, like, I said Japan. But, like, Japan's entire GDP dropped by, like, 50% during COVID, just because tourism wasn't a thing during that time. Like, literally, the country was only producing, like, half the revenue they were when there were tourists, when they all of a sudden had to shut it down. Like, think about that. Half of the country's generated revenue just comes from tourism. That's insanity. I bet a country like Greece probably also makes a ton off of their tourism, right? But Japan is like, half of their country's economy comes from tourism. That's crazy talk. Bro, like, what is this? We're getting to that point where it's like, 2000s game, we need to make the game harder so it takes longer. How do we do that? Fuck it. Just throw them in with a bunch of enemies to the point where, like, they can't really move. All of their big AoE attacks will maybe keep them safe. Artificial difficulty? This is terrible artificial difficulty. This is awful. Like, this is a game, and I remember this too about this game. I think I might have said it the other day. Like, I vividly remember when I was younger, I would play like the first half of this game and then kind of drop it. And yeah, this is probably what. An enemy that does no damage but is annoying. No. See, this game, Bird, an enemy that is annoying deals more damage than the rest and has 99999 health. That's the God of War approach so far. At least on this playthrough, that's definitely been a thing. Where it's like these guys with the spiky armor, they're just a normal soldier enemy, but with way more health. Their sword does more damage because spiky. Trying to like experiment with ways to slow them down and just play this more safe. Dude. While I'm on the topic of the first half of this game compared to the last half, I also remember hating the final boss of this game, but I don't know if that's just like me being a dumb kid or if it's actually a really bad final boss. That was one of the things I was going to be curious about with like a full replay, was that I remember the last boss of the game was awful. Bro, I was getting there too. When they made games harder just to make them last longer so they didn't have to make too much. Good old days, blatantly unfair. There's a lot of old games that don't do it, but it's definitely one of those things that you see a lot in old games where they just like make really stupidly hard areas of the game because they're trying to stretch out the runtime for better reviews. One of the worst cases of artificial difficulty I've ever seen in old games is, I think it was called Alien Trilogy. It was one of the Alien FPS games on the PS1. It was just so, like, absurdly bullshit difficult for no reason from the very, like, first level of the game the entire way through. And it was because the game had so little content that they needed to stretch it out, so they just made, like, every enemy in the game one-shot you. And just shit like that, and it was awful. Also, 317 combo. I was gonna say, I think I just lost it. But we all saw it. It happened. 317 combo, we take those. Bro, no way you're just tanking through every hit like that. Like, no self-preservation is seen here. Yeah, you'll notice when I talk about, like, old 90s and, like, Y2K era games being some of my favorites ever, pretty much none of them will have areas like this where it just suddenly gets so absurdly hard for no other reason than to slow you down. That's a pattern. Like, System Shock 2, I talk about it all the time, that doesn't have it. DMC is hard from the get-go, but it's one of those games where it's like, it's hard, but it's very realistic that, like, a skilled player can go in on the highest difficulty and never take a single point of damage for their entire playthrough. It's one of those kind of games where it's like, it's difficult, but it's never unfair. That checkpoint is just like, what the hell is this? You're just enemy spamming me to death. Mario 2 making you beat the game twice. Mario 2 in general is an old game that I would like to use my patented professional term, bullshit difficult. The Japanese release of Mario 2 in general is classic old school bullshit difficult game. Do that. How do you just get up? Like, in the middle of that attack, she just jumps out of it. Can we talk about it? Because I'm getting frustrated by some of the enemies late in the game here. That is some bullshit. At least you didn't play Frogger on Game Boy Advance that takes 30 minutes to beat. 30 minutes of Frogger? Battletoads? Yeah, Battletoads. That's a good one. Okay. Damn it, I'm trying to juggle cheese you, woman. But I'll settle for this. What? I swear, dude. Okay, no way. I wish that I had set up one of those things where you could see my controller inputs while I'm playing. Because otherwise it's me just sitting here being like, trust me, chat, I did exactly what it said on screen. And everyone's like, uh-huh, sure you did. Skill issue. I'll probably use one of those at some point. Like that, being able to see the controller inputs on screen software. Because, like, if I return to the DMC, like, all S-ranks adventure that I kind of want to do at some point. It's way longer. Hold on. 59 minutes of Frogger? How do you even stretch Frogger out to be an hour long? I still don't understand how the old Kratos is supposed to be stronger than this guy. From the little I understand of old Kratos compared to young Kratos, isn't it supposed to kind of be like a wisdom thing? Where he isn't, like, physically stronger, but he's more thoughtful, he's more deliberate, and it makes him more dangerous because of it, sort of thing? Isn't it one of those kind of he's strongers? At least from what I understand of, like, the game's theme and everything. The creators said he was physically stronger? That's kind of wild. Because you look at him in this game, like, again, haven't played 4 or Ragnarok, but I've seen a good bit. You look at him in this game and he's just doing this shit. Like, all over the damn place, right? In 4, he seems not so dangerous. Oh my god, there's another shield I didn't get still. How many key items are in this temple? Why am I playing like... This is where it starts to feel like DMC1. Weirdly. Like, even in level design, where I'm like, okay, you're having me go through this big structure, finding key items to open up certain pathways as I go. And knowing already that, like, the combat was based off of DMC, the original, it's like, I see what you're doing, Santa Monica. I see what's up here. Stop dick riding DMC. All I said was the level design is similar to DMC. That's not dick riding. I will dick ride DMC, and it won't stop. But calling the level design similar is not dick riding DMC. Meat Rider! I can't jump onto the beam. What's up with that? Kratos can do his spinny flips with his flaming blades of chaos, but he can't jump from a bridge to a beam because of the powers of the invisible walls. I'm kind of confused. Is the other shield down below still? Hog Rider phase of TikTok? I didn't see many of them. The ones that I saw were pretty funny, though. I don't know if any of these, like... The blades are 9K to level up again. Which is wild. But... Like, I don't know if any of the other ones, despite how much cheaper they are, would even be worth the upgrade right now. Honestly. Wait a second. No, I think I know where I'm supposed to go. I think it just clicked in my head where I'm supposed to go. I think I get it. The platform that's like... Hold on. I don't know how I would even word it. Oh, what? I didn't see any of those. So you see how that spins around? Well, there goes that theory. How would I get back there as it... Oh, come on. How did that even happen? Include Ascension and stuff? Ascension, yes. Like, the PSP games, I'm not 100% yet. But Ascension, yeah, unfortunately. It might not even be that bad. I just remember hating Ascension when I played it. Which ones were the PSP games? I know one of them is called Ghost of Sparta. I don't remember. There's two of them. One of them is called Ghost of Sparta, and there's another one. Someone will have to do a little internet detective stuff for me here, or I can just get it after this fight. But I think there's two PSP games. Chains of Olympus. That sounds right. That sounds right. I honestly have no, like, I never played those because I never had a PSP, and I don't even know if they're, like, considered to be good God of War games or not. Like, I don't know what general consensus is on those games at all. So that would be, like, full-on blind. I have no impressions of what people even think of them going in sort of things. Is it not Sans? I think it's Ghost of Sparta. Like, I feel like I pretty specifically remember that name. I've only played 2018 and Ragnarok. I said yesterday, I don't remember who disagreed with me when I said it, but yesterday I was like, when I did the what's your favorite mainline God of War title, I was like 2018 is going to sweep, only because I think the majority of God of War fans have never even played like the original trilogy pre-PS4 era. And someone was like, no, everyone's played like the old God of War games who's played the new ones. I was like, I would definitely put money on most like modern God of War fans not having played anything before 4. I was pretty set on that. I can't believe I fell back down here and I have to do this again. That is a pretty creative puzzle right there. Because at first I didn't even like understand what I was supposed to do with it, and then I thought of it later and had to come back. I'm a fan of that, actually. That weirdly, in God of War 1, that's a really strong puzzle. I played the OG 3, but 2018 still slaps. Okay, so if you've played the OGs and the new rebooted one, which one? Actually, Jacob, what's your favorite one? Not even like, do you prefer the original trilogy or 2018? Just which is your favorite game of the 4? Would be my question. It's a very cool clip, Bird. Yeah, Bird likes taking funny clips. I want to play the old ones. I have them with PS5 game streaming, but my internet is bad. I hate game streaming, man. Like, it will eventually be a viable business model as, like, the average consumer's internet becomes better over time. But right now, the fact that so many platforms use, like, literal streaming of games off of, like, another computer, like, at their office or some shit, it's so bad. I can't believe the amount of companies that try to use it. It's one of those things where, like, if your internet is good enough, it can be fine. But considering that the average consumer doesn't have internet good enough for it, I don't know why so many companies opt in to do it. Well, I mean, I know why. It's cheaper. It has less risk of, like, piracy and stuff than being able to download the game off of, like, a rental service or something. But it's very not consumer friendly. It's safer and cheaper for the company, but it's so bad for the average consumer. I hate it. And I even saw, like, Google with their Chromebook advertising is like, you can play Cyberpunk 2077 on your Chromebook. And it's because they just use a streaming service for it, where they have, like, some computer with, like, a 20 or a 30 series in it, right? And they just stream it to your Chromebook. And it's like, I mean, that can work for some people, but advertising the Chromebook as being able to play Cyberpunk 2077 is wild. It's just so crazy inaccurate to say that. My computer can barely run Cyberpunk 2077. Not necessarily a problem with my computer, it's just the game runs like shit on anything. Like, if you don't have a 30 series plus with a strong CPU, Cyberpunk is gonna run like ass. Get off of me, heathen!
Let the rage of the gods drive your
Off.
blades, Kratos.
Hades and Hercules were a lot of fun in 3. 3 is, of the 4 games that I played, I ran through my ranking yesterday. Ascension is easily my least favorite of the 4 I've played. Then it would be this one. I would put 3 as my second favorite, but 2 is overall my favorite. This is going off of memory, keep in mind. I haven't replayed, like, the whole trilogy of God of War since I was, like, 13. They didn't say it would run well, just that it would run. Finn, it's a Chromebook. Come on now. Wait. Sepper is a meh mod. I was like, what are Sepper and Tom going at it? No, I have not played 2018. I never bought it on PS4 because I was like, I'm just gonna cross my fingers it comes to PC someday. And what do you know? It did. I just haven't gotten to it yet because I've always been like, oh, at some point an opportunity will come up and I'll get to it. And now we're here. Where, like, Ragnarok supposedly is supposed to come to PC within the next few months. They're gonna announce it sometime in the next 3 to 4 months. And it's like, I'm gonna replay all the old ones, get a refresher course on them, so to speak, and then play 4, and see what I think about that by comparison. And then whenever Ragnarok gets to PC, I'll be all caught up and refreshed, and I'll go into it properly, having like a good understanding of the whole series going in. The music in God of War 1 slaps. I remember the music in God of War 2 being the best though. Like I remember God of War 2's soundtrack just being fucking awesome. It's going so hard for no reason. I'm just climbing up a cliff and it's just like and the choir comes in. Bonk, bonk. Why are there so many of them? We throw in masterpiece labels again. I really reserve when I say masterpiece. There are very, very, very few games I say masterpiece for. Because it really is one of those words that I'm like, when I use that word, I really want to be sure that I mean it. Like, there are so few games that I would ever call a masterpiece. I played a lot of games. But I'm also Mr. I've never given a 10 out of 10 review in my life. So, you know, that's also me. I don't know if there is a game I would call a masterpiece. I'm trying to think of one. And honestly, I'm having a hard time. Even like thinking of my favorite games. I'm having a really hard time. Because there are games that come really close, but then have like a fatal flaw, right? I've fought the magic shield guys before. So it's hilarious that it only now is teaching me how to destroy their shields. Because I fought them like way back in like the 3rd or 4th level. I fought them the other day. Oh, what did I just do to the floor? Oh, ow, ow, ow. Is it that it's perfect? I would say... Hold on, let me get to it. Not that it's perfect, because I've never played a single perfect game in my life. But I guess more something that, like, perfectly executes on what it sets out to do, if that makes sense. Like, what their goal was from the offset of the project is perfectly what they were able to pull off. Not that the game itself is perfect, but that it's like a perfectly fulfilled vision, if that makes sense. I don't want to say one of the games that I'm thinking of for what I could loosely give the masterpiece title. Because, like, by that definition, I would say DMC5 is a really good case where it's like, combat, I have, like, no problems with 5's combat. It's amazing through and through. The story has a lot of problems, but the purpose of the story was to be like an amazing nostalgia trip for fans of the original 4 games. People who hated the reboot, essentially. And it did that. It made Dante have even more depth. It made Nero an actual good character. It brought back Virgil and made him the best version of that character he's ever been. Dark Souls is a masterpiece up until the end of Anor Londo. The Last of Us and Resi 4. If you haven't heard me talk about it before, I have a lot of problems with The Last of Us. That is not a game I would ever call myself a fan of. But again, when March 3rd or whatever the date comes around, the remake is coming to PC. I'm going to be playing Last of Us for the first time in like the last 6 years. So I'm going to revisit The Last of Us in like a month and a half and go in with an open mind. But know that as much of an open mind as I go into The Last of Us remake with, I'm probably still going to be a little biased on the negative side of the spectrum. Because I've also just generally talked about, like, when it comes to gaming, okay. When it comes to gaming in general, I hate any game that, for whatever reason, sacrifices its gameplay in favor of its story. It can even be a gameplay-focused game that makes, like, one weird design choice that holds its gameplay back because of the story, and that will bother me. The Last of Us is an entire game where everything is done in favor of the story. There is nothing that is done gameplay-wise purely for the sake of gameplay. And it holds the creative design of The Last of Us back an insane amount. But also, up until The Last of Us, gaming was so simple. You know, run up to an enemy, jump on their head to squish them, put in a quarter when you die, and The Last of Us changed that. Sorry, that's a quote from The Last of Us show writers, so if you don't know the joke, there it is. One of the writers on The Last of Us show said that about The Last of Us, and it drives me fucking crazy that they said that. Ugh. Also, why do I get so many more health upgrades in this game than magic upgrades? Like, am I just missing all the feathers and finding all the Gorgonized, or what? Like, is this on me? I'm pretty sure that's not an actual quote. That is a quote. That is a direct quote from one of the show writers. I actually put up a tweet the other day that was just a compilation of hilarious quotes that I've collected from, like, various articles where they interviewed the show writers of The Last of Us. And it's just full of quotes like that. I have multiple quotes along those lines. Where they also said something like, I heard it was just a Twitter meme. No, that one's a quote. The Twitter meme is the chart where it says Super Mario Bros. Literally nothing, and then The Last of Us, and it says, like, the history of video games. That's the Twitter meme. That was made in response to that quote. Because that quote is baffling. Where it's like, yep, gaming from the 70s up until 2013 didn't change at all. It was all arcade machines and Mario Bros. That was it. Arcade games and Mario Bros. And then The Last of Us came out in 2013. That's quite funny. Hold on, let me go and pull up my own tweet then, because I can show the pictures. I can show you the quotes that I collected for it, because it's really, really... Hold on. Where is it? Here we are. I found it. Here. Oh, there we go. It had to readjust because my other monitor's smaller. When you're playing... When you die, you get sent back to the checkpoint. All these people are back, moving around in the same way. In the show, such encounters would carry more weight. Watching a person die ought to be much different than watching pixels die. This guy wrote the show. Awesome. They didn't shoot anything out of their eyeballs. They were just people. And that, in and of itself, is remarkably rare in games. These people understand the genre. And here's the one that I was just saying. The picture's kind of scuffed because I got the picture from Tom. But yeah, most games are pretty simple. You jump on enemies, you die, you have to insert... This one actually, they didn't name the showrunner they were interviewing here, weirdly. Because like the other ones, we have like their names. We know exactly who said the other two. This one, they just said HBO showrunner. But this is the quarter one. You insert another quarter to continue. It's far too much laser eyes. I mean, there's not a single gaming character out there pre The Last of Us that doesn't have superpowers. They don't exist. Every gaming character has crazy superpowers and shoots lasers out of their eyes. And I'm pretty sure my camera would have blocked my caption, but I captioned that post. It was a challenge of try not to condescend the audience you are marketing to. Because it really is just like, who's the core audience that will start the snowball of our show's popularity? And it's like, The Last of Us fans / gaming fans. And then all of their, like, interview stuff is about, like, how shitty games are and how glad they are that they can do the Last of Us show to make it better. And I'm just like, bruh. The core audience that you're marketing to, you're just constantly condescending in your marketing. It's crazy to me. I have faith. Okay, I have one question, and this is maybe not going to be the worst thing. But there's been a couple, like, clips publicly released that look fine. But, why is Ellie British in the show now? Like, is there a reason for that? Does anyone know about why she is? Why is Ellie British in the show? Huh? Have you not seen the clip? There's a clip of Ellie talking to... I can't remember the character's name, but she's talking to someone. The Last of Us show. And she has a British accent. Like... in the conversation. I have Brit blindness, diversity. That's like the lamest diversity ever. There's a Last of Us show. It comes out in 2 days, yeah. But they've been releasing like little clips of it as like marketing. And in one of the clips that I just saw, she has a British accent. And I'm just like, why the fuck is she talking like that? Like, is the actress British and just couldn't be bothered to not, like, do an American accent? I'm so confused on it, genuinely. Where I'm like, why? Oh, there's a second lever. See, the first time around I didn't get that. I was distracted by something. Wait, so is the other lever? Oh, it's here. Yeah, I never saw this. Playing God of War 4. I got the achievement Hell, old friend. If you know, you know. I do not know. I haven't played the game. Oh, okay. You just have to do them in sequence. Oh no, they're timed. Ow. Ow. I'm just trying to speedrun across to be able to actually do it. Bro, the lever pull animation is so long, there's no hope. I give up already. No hope. In the show, she's 100% doing an accent? Are you sure? Is it just like a milder accent then, compared to like her natural one? Because that's not how Americans sound, that's for damn sure. How are you streaming this? Isn't there nudity? Yeah, the stream from the other day got limited ads. So, like stream because algorithm... It needs help. No, you fucking... Okay, we're gonna do it the other way around, where I start this side. It's 100% American, no doubt. I know what I heard. I know what we sound like. That's not what we sound like. Also, can someone remind me where in the US The Last of Us takes place? Like, it doesn't even have to be a state, but like what general region of the US? It's over on the East Coast, right? If I remember right. It's somewhere over there. Austin, Texas. You tell me everyone's yeehaw in the Last of Us show? That would be the best choice ever. Set it in the fucking South. My post clip? That's a good question. He's right. According to... Sorry. The Last of Us is set in Texas? Here in Britain, I have to wait till the 16th? Oh, really? The show is coming out a day later outside of the US? And Boston. See, Boston sounds more accurate. I wonder if maybe it starts in Texas, like the intro sequence with Joel and his daughter is in Texas. Hold on. And the rest of the game is Boston? In the suburbs of Austin, Texas, Joel flees the chaos with his brother Tommy. Boom! I don't even like this game. I'm so smart. I remembered it was the East Coast. I put together that Joel must have been from Texas, and that's why Google was confused. Look at me go. Ow! The one thing that's gonna drive me crazy, even as someone who like only played the game once on the original PS3 version, is why does Tess look so old in like the remake now? Why did they make her look so much older? They actually, okay, so not Last of Us, the Dead Space remake comes out in like 2 weeks from today, right? It is 2 weeks from today, not like, it is 2 weeks from today. Why does Nicole look so old? Because she's supposed to be old? Wait, she is? Tess is supposed to be old? She's late 30s, early 40s? Oh, so she just didn't look her age at all in the original then. But anyway, going on to what I was about to, in the Dead Space remake, if you haven't seen the trailers, they made Isaac's girlfriend, Nicole, essentially into like a Hillary Clinton lookalike. Like, she looks like an older, like, she has wrinkles. She's not attractive anymore. Like, she's just not. Just being that guy. Like, Nicole in the original Dead Space was good looking. She's not in the remake. Oh, it's Atlas. Wow, Atlas. Sorry, I just turned into South Park Michael Jackson. for a second. I don't think it's supposed to be Atlas. Maybe it is, but probably not. Atlas isn't Greek myth, is it? Wait a second. Now I'm confusing myself. I'm doing that thing where I'm overthinking and I'm making things too complicated. Is Atlas Greek myth? Oh god. She's meant to be older than Joel, I think. She's supposed to be... Oh, no, 30s to 40s. It is? Okay, because I said that, I'm like, no, that wouldn't be Atlas, because he's not Greek myth. And then I was like, wait a second. I think I said the wrong thing now. Starting to become a pattern of making ladies look uglier in games. They did to Aloy, too. Like, I didn't think Aloy... I saw that whole thing. Like, I thought Aloy was, like, fairly good looking in the first game, but then, yeah, they, like, weirdly changed her design to just be less attractive in the second game. And it's not inherently a problem, right? When they're, like, making female characters less attractive. Because it's like, whatever. In a lot of the cases, that's not the point. But, like, in Dead Space, it matters. It depends on the character, right? In Dead Space, the fact that Nicole was attractive matters. Without ruining Dead Space stuff for people who don't know the game. If we're talking like Silent Hill 2 remake, for that inevitably coming out, like if Maria actively becomes unattractive in the remake, that's going to be a problem. Because it really matters for her, right? Like, there are some cases where the attractiveness of a character plays into the story directly, and that's supposed to be kind of their thing. But, like, I don't think Aloy is one of those cases. It's just one of those weird things where I'm like, with some characters, I don't get the point of actively changing a design to something that's less visually appealing. Like, it's weird to me, right? No, like, again, without spoiling, like, Dead Space, Silent Hill 2 I played here, so I'm, like, Silent Hill 2, Maria is supposed to be, like, a manifestation of James's, temptations, let's say. Right? So she's very much supposed to be like a seductress type character, for lack of a better term, right? So if they were to make her unattractive in the remake, it would kind of undermine that element of the character, right? Like, thematically, things would feel disjointed. Something would feel off in a case like that. A thought, yes. Yeah, pretty much. I've played Silent Hill 2, so I'm gonna spoil it. No, I'm saying I'm not gonna directly spoil it. But she's supposed to be representative of James' temptations when it comes to the sexual variety. So, like, she's supposed to be a character that, like, is a very active representation of lust, essentially. So if they make her unattractive, then it's like something would feel off. Like, her being a good-looking woman plays into her role directly. Like, it's part of her character, genuinely. Similar but different thing when it comes to Nicole from Dead Space. Generally, just with Dead Space, Nicole should be an attractive woman. Because when she's not, things are gonna feel weird. Unless they've rewritten her character and some of the stuff around her, something's gonna feel off. Is that where the Indiana Jones boulders come from? Yep. Good connection. From Atlas just being like, nah, fuck this whole holding up the sky thing, I'm done, and chucking it at Indy. That's exactly what happened. My youngest son will laugh no more. Death in the service of his father. Death in the service of the gods. The building of this temple has claimed his life. May you be lucky enough that it not claim yours. Pathos Verdes III, chief architect and loyal subject of the gods. This year's gonna be kind of nuts for films, you think? I think this year, at least the early half of this year, is going to be really good for game releases. Assuming even like half of the games I'm gonna be playing on the channel end up being good. Like, it's gonna be a really good year for game releases. Even if just the first 6 months, like, if those games are good. Because we've got, like, what's it called? The Architect's Son's Head. That's what I was... Oh, now I know what to do with this. Oh, hold on. Shortcut. I thought that was gonna be the weapon I was here for. I was like, this is epic as fuck. I forgot that all the way back at the beginning, there was still a skull that I needed. Sounds canon to me, because it is. I wouldn't lie. I love Indiana Jones. I actually haven't seen an Indiana Jones movie in years. Spider-Verse, Indiana Jones, Dune 2. I'm so happy that Dune 2 is coming out this year. John Wick 4, forgot about
the
that.
The wrecked bodies of those who had gone in search of Pandora's box lay before him, and at once Kratos knew who was responsible. For this was not the first time he'd seen the ruin Ares and his minions had left in their wake. Kratos had experienced it firsthand, years before. The youngest and boldest captain in the Spartan army, Kratos inspired fierce loyalty in his men. It had always been enough to carry them through any battle, until this day. The barbarians to the east numbered in
That
thousands.
Is a crazy army.
And descended on the Spartans without mercy. The battle lasted near hours.
Yeah, we're getting limited ads today. It's just happening again.
The discipline and training of the Spartans did little to stem the tide of the merciless barbarians. The soldiers faced a massacre, while their young captain faced the end of his brilliant career and his life.
You think someone
But
took an
Kratos,
arrow to the knee?
Victory was worth any price, even his soul.
Ares! Destroy my enemies, and my life is yours.
That desperate call for aid would come to haunt Kratos for all his days.
By the gods, what have I become?
Not too far off the end of the game. Am I not? Should I be worried? Because, I don't know where my God of War 2 disc is. I only grabbed the first one. I know that I have it here, I just don't know where it is. Two is longer. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if I finish this game today, like, before normal stream end time, then, like, stream is just over. Because I don't have my, my disc for 2 on hand. It's gonna take a while to find it. You messed, Oppenheimer, Transformers, Mission Impossible, and Cocaine Bear. Yeah, awesome. But for games, seriously, it's like in 2 weeks, Dead Space remake, right? And then, like 2 weeks after that, Hogwarts Legacy, which I am gonna be streaming, and I've talked about that a good bit because I know that some people are like, well, I've seen a lot of people talking about boycotting the game, but I've talked about that. Did you use eye-roll Oppenheimer? No, I eye-rolled Transformers, for clarification's sake. I think Oppenheimer looks really good. I rolled Transformers. Oh, okay. Yeah, lock behind me. Awesome, thanks. Appreciate it. Transformers looks peak, bro. Uh-oh. Locked, of course. Thought you're playing through an emulator? I am, but I'm playing with the actual disc. I don't have the case at my desk. It's in my closet right now, but the disc is in my... I have a disc drive in my PC because I'm psychotic like that. I've talked about this before. People think I'm crazy. It's because when I built this PC, this was my first one, so I was like, yeah, disc drive, of course. And I just didn't ever question if I would actually ever want or need one. But it's ended up being super nice because I can play games on emulation off of the actual discs, like the physical copies, which not only is like legal rather than illegally downloading ISOs or ROMs, but it also actually leads to more stable emulation in almost every case if you run it off of a physical copy. Hello, Xanfer. How's it going? How else am I gonna burn my copies of My Chemical Romance? Oh, we're in the 2000s again. We're back. God of War, MCR. We're doing it live. You think I'd be better off using my God of War HD collection disc? If you have it, yeah. Definitely. Take it we're on Chains of Olympus by now? No, this is the original. I haven't decided on playing like the PSP games at this point. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I think I see what's happening here. Playing since 2007. Games in general or just God of War? So I wouldn't have played God of War probably until like probably about 2012. But gaming in general, let's see. It would have been like 2005 for me that I started gaming. We're gonna play through the mobile games though, right? There are mobile games. You want the 100% thumbnail for Hogwarts? Sure. Cole was 3? Yeah, I was. That's what I was going off of. I was like, if I was 3, then the year would have been 2005. Got it. Oh, what the hell. I thought I was getting up and out of here to go somewhere cool. Oh. Well, hey, I'll take that. I don't mind that. Oh, but also, Tom, I missed reading it out earlier, but when you said the pre-rendered cutscenes look really good in this game, I said that the other day. I love the pre-rendered cutscenes in this. Like the IGCs or just the pre-rendered ones. Or, I don't want to say pre-rendered because the CG cutscenes in this look great. That was a pre-rendered cutscene right there with the in-game assets, and that didn't look very good. But the CG cutscenes look really good in this game. Kratos Crush. When did this joint release? This would have been 2005, I think, was the original God of War. Hold on. Is God of War mobile game actually a thing? God of War Betrayal? Oh no. Oh. Bro, why? Why is there a mobile game? Hold on. What's this? I have to look at gameplay to understand it. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up? I mean, it looks fine for like a 2007 mobile game. We're playing it, right? It's important to the story. See, like, PSP games, I know that the PSP games got like a collection on the PS3 where they were made like playable for an actual home console in like a smooth fashion, I mean. So those, I'm like, yeah, I could definitely do the PSP spin-offs. Mobile games are a little far for me. I don't know about that one. How important to the story could it be? It's a Cerberus. It's a Cerberus. Because, of course it is. Oh, little puppers. That's right. Oh my god, I can combo the fuck out of it. Ooh. Oh, I only cut one. Oh, wait, I didn't even cut off one of the heads. I just sliced at the heads. Oh. I don't use this enough. Why are you evolving now? Stop that. Come here. What you doing to the doggy? He came at me. I can't be blamed for this. Bro went goblin mode. Oh my god! That was brutal. The fact that I get health for stomping them too. That was brutal. To play the PSP games after God of War 2, I would want to go in release order. So whatever the release order is for the PSP games and stuff, well, oh man. How fast do you think I could eBay a copy? Wait, PSP games don't use CDs, do they? I would have to burn or dump the copy, wouldn't I? I would have to dump the files, I'm pretty sure. I don't think PSP ran on CDs. Why is YouTube censoring Bozo? YouTube, with my chat, YouTube has been getting a little more sensitive. I think it doesn't like what you guys say sometimes. PSP spin-offs were released after 2? Okay. There isn't a single video game in a CD. You know what I mean. That's also not true. PS1. But fuck, man. Like, you know how I used to say when you guys were like, why is there no live chat replay when I watch the stream VODs? And I was like, I'm always turning it on in the settings. They just never actually, like, leave it. Probably because of some of the things that are said in it, right? They don't even give me the option anymore. I just don't even get the option to have live chat replay at this point. There's no God of War game on CD. Yeah. Ooh. Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same one every time. It's the third hit. I'm gonna die to quick time events? You see the clip I made? The God of War one? Yes. Yes. I did see that. And I did literally say I'm gonna throw it back. Oh, hello, I'm not going that way. Yep, goodbye. But what was the, like, physical game format for PSP? Like, what were they stored on? Oh, thank you. They made it easy for me. You know, I need the help sometimes, the assist. Oh, come on. Okay. 3 in a row, back to back. They used UMDs. How much? Oh wait, actually, I forgot. They did the PS3 collection. Who's gonna check for me on like eBay or some shit? How much does a copy of the? There is a collection for PS3, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Yeah, it's called the Origins Collection. I'll just look it up. I'll just go to eBay right now. How much does a copy of this sell for on eBay? It can't be much. There's no way, right? God of War Origins Collection, PS3. That one is 20 bucks. That's not bad. This has to be a scam. This one is 50 cents. That can't be right. Oh, because it's going for a bid and no one has bid on it. So there is one that genuinely I could put down like a 60-cent bid. I'm gonna bookmark that. I'm gonna bookmark this. If no one's bidding on this one, I'll try to get that. Probably just for the case. No, it says game with manual, but it's bidding, so it's starting at 50 cents and it will go up from there. You could sail the high seas. You know we don't do that here. Legally acquired copies only. That's how we roll in these parts. This is fucked up, man. The explosions sometimes are hitting me through it. I got a link at any time. I got buddies who partake in the pirating of games. I could always find a good safe site from them. I just really don't like pirating. Also, like, this is just, it would round out like my God of War collection of PS3 games, I guess, because like I have the rest of them on physical, like 1 through 3 plus Ascension. I have all of those on physical. So it would just round out the collection to have like the PSP ports as well. When I say PS3, I just mean the old era. Classic era God of War games. I did say PS3 though, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have the HD collection on disc. It's just, I've always preferred the PS2 versions because of the weird widescreen shit they did in the HD collection. Where the widescreen just looks awful and it makes the game as a whole look way worse to play. Even though it's supposed to be an upgraded port of the games. Yeah, the stomps get you health, so like, even though I kind of feel bad about stomping the puppers, there's an actual gameplay incentive to do it. So of course I'm gonna sit here and do it. You can't blame me for it either. They're literally just making me do it. Like, yeah, you could fight them normally, or you could get health for it. And I'm like, well, you've really only given me one option here. Monster, it's not my fault, man. They did it. Complain to Santa Monica Studios for that one. One thing I will say is there's a chance we won't get limited ads on this stream. There has not been a single bit of nudity. Here's the thing with YouTube, right? When they limit your ads, you can get the reason why they limited it. However, comma. Oh, you're fucking kidding. I can only get the reason if I ask YouTube to manually review the VOD. And honestly, when it comes to the last God of War stream, like keeping it a buck with everyone, I thought it was gonna get just demonetized. I thought there would be no ad revenue from it. Because it violates the violence policies for monetization and the nudity policies. So I thought it just straight up was gonna get demonetized. If I got a manual review, I personally think they would just demonetize it. So for me, I don't know if it got limited because of the violence or the nudity. I don't know which one it was. So today, it's gonna be like a test, I guess, of like, do I get limited ads on this stream? Because if I do, then it's a violence thing. But if I don't, then it was the nudity, the absurd amount of nudity in the first stream. Because like every woman in God of War needs to have her nips out because it's ancient Greece. What you get for curb stomping puppies? Uh-huh. Doesn't look like your face can go on the Hogwarts Legacy one. Well, Tom, this thumbnail has been doing really well. Like, I like having my face on thumbnails because it's funny. And it appeals to people who have already found the channel a lot. But also, like, this thumbnail's been performing well, and I think it's because it's just more marketable to people who don't know who I am. You know what I mean? Hence why I ran this thumbnail a second time instead of testing the other one with my face in it. Because, like, this one performed really well. I know this one works. The other one, it's like, I could see if it works better. But I already know that this one works. What the hell? What are you guys? Where are you jokers coming from? Okay, they are a new enemy entirely. They're not an upgraded standard soldier. Purely evidenced by new grab animations. Whoa! That was badass. That was fucking sweet. That's right. Rip Bozo. Ow. These guys are sweet. Bruh. I'm trying. Working on it here. I feel like now that I've gotten past like most of the appearances of the Minotaurs, I just haven't been doing Medusa's gaze. Because even now when they occasionally do pop up, I've normally used my magic from spamming other enemies that deserve a good old Poseidon's wrath. Was sent on the cord? You did it that fast? Hold on. I have timestamps on. Wait, I have to scroll up. I do have timestamps on my chat. I have them enabled because I'm weird like that. Hold on. When did you ask if I wanted that thumbnail? I'm trying to find it. I'm struggling a little bit. It's simple. It was like 10 minutes. I can't find it for some reason, but I also just can't read very well without my glasses. This was all for a secret. Oh no, it's for a key. Okay. That key had nothing on it. Was that a ledge with something on it? Hold on, I think I have to go back up. I think I just missed something. I should also check how many of the red orbs that I have. Oh! When I was talking about it earlier, like, just some of the clear inspirations you can see between this game, like, clear things that it's like, yeah, this game was heavily Devil May Cry inspired. Red orbs being the upgrade currency. Like, you can't be more on the nose with it. Like, that's literally just Devil May Cry's upgrade currency. Yeah, I'm not quite there. Am I supposed to cut the chain? Oh no, do I jump on this one? Do I? Something ain't right here. I'm missing something. Sure, I'm missing something. Oh, you go. That's a really good shot. Fixed camera angles. I've yelled about them before in various other streams. I love me some good fixed camera angles in my video games. This is known. Because they look great when they're actually applied well in gameplay. I think God of War's application gameplay-wise is kind of a mixed bag. Definitely not as smooth as like a Resident Evil application back in the day. But fixed camera angles do look great in any game, regardless of how well the gameplay gels with it or doesn't. They always look good. Okay, yep, got parried, got stun locked. There's a third one back there. God. In God of War than Onimusha? I haven't played Onimusha yet. I've always been curious about it. I've heard good things. A creator friend of mine that I don't know if I would say full-on creator friend. When I say creator friend, I tend to think of like people who I super regularly communicate who are other creators, right? Like Bear or False. I guess an acquaintance of mine who does YouTube, he did like a whole retrospective series on Onimusha. And he has very similar gaming tastes to me, kind of all around. So him saying very positive things about Onimusha has always made me extra curious. What are these checkpoints? It keeps like loading me in as if I'm mid-combo. Like, what is that checkpoint? What is this? What are these checkpoints? Was it just not even resetting checkpoint? Watching the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the OG one? Oh, hot take, that movie sucks. Hot take. Anyone with me on this one? And I'm not even saying that from like a, oh, the movie made me uncomfy kind of thing, like a lot of people do. It's not like the Passion kind of that movie sucks. Pull his brain dead TikTok brain? No, honestly. Texas Chainsaw really has very little going for it beyond just like visual presentation. It's like Avatar. Sorry, Avatar fans. Haven't seen the new one. Disclaimer. Haven't seen the new Avatar before someone's like, bro, the new one was so much better. I haven't seen it. The original Avatar. I love gore. So do I. Like, I think Saw 2 is one of my favorite movies. Like, the gore doesn't bother me. It's just that Texas Chainsaw Massacre is only gore. Like, beyond the gore, it really has nothing going for it. Ding. I like the little sound when the chest's open. Like, you can do the overly gory shock value thing and still have, like, a really smart movie. Like Saw 1 and 2. Some people would say Saw 3, but... It was made in 74? There's merit to holding something to, like, the standards of the time. But I've always kind of said this, especially when I look back at, like, old games, right? Where I'm like, even just design-wise and stuff. Like, design-wise. Not visual design with games, especially, and movies. I feel the same way. But, like, when you look at the actual substance of what's there regarding each particular medium, like, there are old games, like System Shock 2, that are just better than a lot of the schlock that gets put out by modern AAA. Despite coming out in, like, the late 90s. And then there's games like Wolfenstein 3D. Where it's like, it's historically significant, it's impressive for 1992, but the game just isn't fun. You know, like, there's a line. For me, Texas Chainsaw is one of those, where it's like, impressive for the time, yeah. But not exactly good to watch nowadays. Especially when it comes to horror. Like, I don't even know if I would call Texas Chainsaw horror, though. Beyond, like, the body horror stuff, I would call it more of a thriller, a slasher. Thriller was not right. Slasher is what I was meaning to say. But thriller came out of my mouth for some reason. Ah, yes, floor lever. Come ugh Tinder. Our girls right first. What a, sorry, Finn just banned a bot if you didn't see it in your chat, and that was the name. Oh wait, no, sorry, 69mega.com fire emoji ugh Tinder question mark our girls right first exclamation point. It's because Finn watches in live chat. Finn, every time he's here, switches it from live chat to top chat. So, because YouTube defaults to top chat, the vast majority of people never even saw that message. Like I didn't, because I forgot to set my chat to live today. Wait, what? I don't get this. I don't understand. I'd never seen that. That's crazy. Live chat is just a less filtered version of the normal chat. Okay, ow. Does this note say something? What the gods ask of me, no man could do. Not even Pandora's box is worth such a terrible price. Am I meant to kill myself? Written at the base, sacrifice the ultimate to continue. I'm supposed to stand in the fire. Genuinely. God of War 1 aged better than Devil May Cry 1. I didn't play Devil May Cry until 2020. I would disagree because God of War's level design and enemy design, as much as I like the base combat in God of War, level design and enemy design is lacking. And even beyond that, I think I would say they're different. Devil May Cry is a lot more thoughtful in its approach. If that, I don't know a better word for it. Like, God of War is full-on, like, hack and slash. Devil May Cry is character action. Which, like, character action is a subset of hack and slash, but not every hack and slash is character action. But every character action is hack and slash, if that makes sense. Character action is like Devil May Cry or Metal Gear Rising, whereas hack and slash is like God of War or Darksiders. Actually, Darksiders is close to character action, just not quite there. I would say Darksiders is closer to character action than this is, for sure. Character action is one of those weird subgenres where I can't quite pin it down. Like, I can't point it to design elements. It's more of a feel thing than it is like an actual tangible design thing, you know? Like, you know it when you're playing it. Darksiders has an actual plot and stuff. Well, Devil May Cry, there's one Devil May Cry game with a good story. There's literally only one. God of War has always had the story. Like, yes, Tom, I agree, but like, I'm that guy. I don't play my game for my story. The enemies are fairly repetitive besides bosses. Yeah. From what I've played so far, even. At least early on in Darksiders, they just kind of like throw the same 2 enemies at you throughout the first hour. Prince of Persia? Prince of Persia... I don't know if I would really call it... I would call Prince of Persia like an action-adventure, I guess. Hold on, I'm looking at Tom's message because I only just saw it. Ooh, I like both of those. Thumbnail review? I like both of those at a glance. And at a glance is the best way to look at a thumbnail, because that's how everyone else looks at it when it actually goes out in the wild. I always just take like a quick glance and minimize and be like, would I click on that? And yeah, those look good. DMC3 is the only one with character arcs and plot. Well, 5 has a great plot only as it relates to Nero, though. My thing with 5 is that Nero's plot in that game is great. The rest of the characters are just kind of there to facilitate growth for Nero's character, which is fine. Because it's not like they bastardized the other characters, right? Like, Virgil is Virgil, and Dante is Dante in 5. Like, they're very much in character, but they don't do much in that story other than act as a tool for Nero's growth. I think Nero's story in 5 is great, but in 3, every character in that game, which there's only like 4 characters in that game, but all 4 of them go through their own little growth arc or descent arc in the case of one of them that are all very interesting. Prince of Persia, Warrior Within, yes. I like how most of the games you play I have no idea about, but I watch them because you're Joel. See, some days I just need to hear that shit. Because after games like Cuphead, where it's like, oh, everyone was just here for Cuphead. Have I played any of the Prince of Persias? I've played some of them. I don't think I've played all of them. Hold on, let me go look. I have played, what's it? I just said it. Warrior Within. I think I played the first one. What, called? Just, or no, what the hell? The first one is in 89. I haven't played that one. What was the one that oh, I played Sands of Time. That's what I was thinking of. I thought that was the first one. I didn't know there were Prince of Persia games before Sands of Time. That's hilarious. I don't know. I don't think I played the Two Thrones. That one doesn't look as familiar. I know I played Sands of Time and Warrior Within. The 89 one doesn't count. I'm here for the never-ending tangent. DMC 5 is great, but 3 had better bosses, level design, and music. Ooh, music. I'm gonna say no. Bosses, yes. Level design... I feel like 5 is one of the few games that I'm like, I genuinely... Like, I recognize that it's not as good, but I don't feel like having less... 5 is my favorite one. And I would agree that the level design isn't as traditionally strong. But I feel like the combat loop in 5 is so good that I never cared. Because I wasn't like, oh my god. Wow. Oh, I'm gonna...
The gods, you've come. Break these bars. Get me out of here.
Yeah, I already know how this goes.
What are you waiting for? Let me out. We can find our way back to Athens.
A Devil's Never
Gods
Cry.
demand
It's such a good song.
sacrifice from all of us.
Oh, please. No. No.
However, comma.
No, please. Let me out of here.
5 has Devil Trigger, Subhuman, Bury the Light, Silver Bullet, Legacy. Like, 3 has some really good songs. 5 is like almost every song is a fucking banger. Slept on Devil May Cry song is Shall Never Surrender from 4 though. I never hear people talk about that song, and it's great. It's Nero's combat theme in 4.
Please show mercy.
It's great.
Let me out.
God damn it, this guy's never gonna get up there. This is gonna take fucking years, man. DMC's music is great. Even in 1, like, it's... 1's music is very different, but, like, the combat theme when you're fighting the shadows is so good. The Nightmare theme is great. DMC 1 has some really good music, too. Ooh, the Dark Knight song in 1 is also good. For people who don't know me, Devil May Cry is like, it's a top 10 gaming franchise of all time for me. I only just a few years ago played any of them for the first time, but I have never loved an action game the way, like, so quickly and so thoroughly as I loved almost the entire DMC series, with the exception of, like, 2. But, like, even the reboot, I think, is massively overhated. I didn't love the reboot, but the reboot's, like, a solid B-tier game. Like, the gameplay in the reboot's really fun. The music is pretty good. The story fucking blows. But, like, honestly, like I said, 3's story is really good. 5's is okay. Like, I don't play DMC for the story anyway. Like, the gameplay was really dumbed down in the reboot, but I still, like, the reboot's better than 1 and 2. 1 is a weird DMC game for me to place in general, if I were to do, like, a tier list. Because 1, I would say, is like a low B, high C, realistically. Like, I feel like putting it in C tier isn't giving it enough credit, but at the same time, like, the reboot I would put into B. And I feel like there's enough of a difference between the reboot and 1 to where, like, they should be in separate tiers, know what I mean? Like, it's not that 1 is bad that I put it that low. DMC2 bottom tier, I don't know what the fuck happened. Hilariously, when I played the series through for the first time back in 2020 / early 2021, I had no idea about, like, any of the general opinions on the games. Like, I had no clue what people thought about them. I just played the first one, and I was like, I really liked this game. And then I moved on to 2, not knowing what I was about to play, like, at all. And I got, like, an hour in, and I was like, bro, what is this? Because, like, I started it, and I was like, it feels a little weird, but I'll get used to it. Like, the combat will open up, like, I'll get more moves and stuff. I'll get new weapons. It'll open up. And then it just didn't. And I played through the whole thing. I did what no new DMC fan ever does. I played all of DMC 2 before I moved on to 3. Granted, it's only like a 4-hour game, so it wasn't that bad. I only played Dante's story, though. I didn't play the second campaign. I only played the first one. But I got to the end of the game, and I'm like, every single melee weapon shares a moveset. And guns are just guns. Like, guns go pew. Like, what did you think would happen? I'm sorry, did he just grab me to counter me trying to throw him? I was genuinely, like, going from DMC 1 to 2, I was like, what the fuck happened here? Okay, well now I'm getting grabbed again. Thankfully, he caught on the rock somehow. Get away from me, bastard. Can I knock him on his ass real quick?
Free me.
I watched the first, like, 4 Kratos has had enough. Because the reminder dinged on my phone this morning, and I actually did watch a few of them.
No further, please. Are you mad? No!
Okay, he did get caught on the rock. We're good. Oh, fuck you. That's bullshit. God of War 2 is how to make a sequel. The development history behind DMC 2 is one of the most interesting of any game I've ever played, which is hilarious. Because what happened was, the first Devil May Cry game was supposed to be Resident Evil 4. Scott Pilgrim level trivia at this point.
No,
like, everyone fucking knows that.
Let me out of here.
TLDR if you don't know that. DMC was Resident Evil 4. They had a new character with a red trench coat named Tony. He was going through a castle filled with bioweapons from Umbrella, the whole shebang. And they made this game, like, they made DMC's combat and everything as a Resident Evil game. All the enemies were, like, bioweapons and shit. They got to, like, 80% complete or so. And higher-ups were like, this game kicks ass, but this isn't Resident Evil. We're going to publish this game because it's too good not to, but it's not going to be a Resi game. And all the devs were like, okay, as long as we get to make this game, that's cool. Like, that's fine with us. So they finished up the game, released it as DMC. DMC 2 comes around, and the director, Shinji Mikami, who directed the original RE game, has some kind of weird thing where that guy doesn't work on a game franchise for more than one entry. Like, he made Resident Evil 1, handed it off to Hideki Kamiya, who made RE2 through, like,
Set me free.
I think he only made RE2, Code Veronica, and he might have done 4. I don't remember. I think he only did 2 in Code Veronica, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Why don't you kill them? The first time I was doing it, they were, I think, spawning on a timer. I thought they were infinitely spawning. But it's, yeah, look at this. Now we have 4 of them again. I think they're on a timer. Because I thought it was infinite, but it seems to be timed now that I'm doing it again. Bro, that is a crazy stun lock. Free kill. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, we're alive. Okay. Dino. My man has played Dino Crisis. I have a new favorite chatter.
Let me out of here.
Dino Crisis 2 even, I'm not a fan of. Personally. I really only like the first one, admittedly. Like, 2 is fine. Oh, I didn't even finish my story. About DMC. So DMC 2, they brought in a new director. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, and I feel really bad that I can't. I know his name, but it's not coming to me right now. They brought in a new director for DMC 2, like near the end of development, because Mikami was working on it, but it was turning out to be a dumpster fire of a game. And from internal, like, dev report, or, sorry, like, devs, like, looking back on DMC 2's development in interviews after the fact,
You must set me free.
they always emphasize the fact that DMC 2 was an absolute nightmare of a game, like 4 months before launch. And what we got is apparently the good version of DMC 2. Keep in mind, this is a game, chat, that I consider one of the worst video games I've ever played. We got the good version of internal builds of DMC 2 as the final released product. But the director that they brought in to salvage the project got such a bad reputation at the studio because of DMC 2, because it got pinned on him. Mikami never got credited for the game. It all got pinned on him until like years later. He got such a bad reputation in the dev space because of DMC 2 that he stayed on to make Devil May Cry 3, and he was there for the entire development of 3. The director of DMC 2 and 3 is the same guy. For people who have played the games, that's wild when you first find that out. And hilariously, the guy has directed every DMC game other than the reboot outside of DMC 1. Like, 1 and the reboot are the only games he didn't direct. He did 2, 3, 4, and 5. And he's supposedly, we don't know what game he's working on right now, but we know he's with Capcom. And we know that he has said it's an action game. So, like, the dude, more than likely, is currently working on another Devil May Cry game with Capcom. He's just not allowed to say it. Like, the dude stuck around after making one of the worst games I've ever played just to prove that he was better than that as a director. And honestly, it's Sigma activity. That he was like, nope, I'm gonna keep making Devil May Cry and I'm gonna make it actually good. And he did. He somehow, back to back, made one of the worst games I've ever played and one of my favorite games of all time. The dude is honestly a legend, and I hate that I can't remember his name. If anyone could just pull it up for me real quick and tell me, remind me. I'm gonna feel stupid when you say it, but I need to know. I need to be able to say his name. Okay, now we go back and get the guy. We get the boy. Dino Crisis 3 were released the same year. Were they actually? It was 2003? I thought... Hideaki Itsuno. I don't speak Japanese, so my pronunciation is probably awful, but thank you. And I do feel stupid, for the record, because yeah, I knew that. Like, I really knew that guy's name, and I just couldn't think of it. But yeah, what a fucking G. He's one of those developers in the space that I'm like, he's high on my list for if you could have a discussion with like any well-known game developer, who would it be? He would be in like my top 5 picks, because I would love to talk about the process of how salvaging Devil May Cry 2 happened and how the transition from 2 to 3 happened. Like, personal account, you know? No, like, PR shit behind it. Finally did it, though. Sorry, had to happen. He was like Dead Space. Don't bring up Dead Space 3. Don't do it. This is a bannable offense, bringing up Dead Space 3. We don't talk about Dead Space 3 here. We don't talk about it, okay? I don't want to think about Devil May Cry, or sorry, Dead Space 3. I don't want to ever think about Dead Space 3 for the rest of my life. Until inevitably, the Dead Space remake, hopefully, is a banger. With this item, you can explore the depths of Lord Poseidon's domain. I don't remember this at all. What? I'm gonna go swim? I was gonna say, until inevitably, hopefully, the remake of Dead Space is a banger, and we play 2 and 3 just because it was so good. And then maybe finally people will understand my anger. There's a lot of people who have not played the Dead Space games, or even, like, most people who have played Dead Space only played the first one, which is, like, fair, because that's the good one. Ruler of the Seas. Maybe then that I would be able to give some first-hand context as to why I hate Dead Space 3 with such a burning passion the way I do. Because, like, Dead Space was so good. Dead Space 2, not quite as good, but still a really fun game. Pretty close to the original, just not quite to that level, you know? Dead Space 3 is just like, what even happened here? Oh, Dead Space 3. Give me a Dead Space 3 remake. Honestly, I say the same thing about Devil May Cry, where I'm like, if they did a DMC2 remake, where they did DMC2, but you rewrite the story, you completely remake the combat and enemy design from the ground up. If you just make an entirely different game and sell it as Devil May Cry 2 and say, this is canon, the original DMC2 never happened, but this did, I would be cool with that. Like, completely cool with that. I was gonna say, on the topic of games that fail in a numbered entry, never recover, I was gonna say look at Halo 5, but I guess Halo Infinite isn't exactly a beacon of success right now. It could be. It's a game that can definitely recover if handled well. But as of right now, Halo Infinite is not exactly a beacon of success in the industry. They turned their whole community against themselves on that one. Gears 5 might be one of those situations, though. Like, when did that come out? I haven't heard a single thing about Gears, like a main entry, in a really long time. Gears 5 might have killed that franchise. Which is a shame, because Gears of War is like a junk food game for me. I've talked about this before, right? It's like the McDonald's of shooters for me, where I'm like, is Gears of War a well-designed, heavily thought-out strategic game? Absolutely the fuck not. Is it just good, like, turn your brain off fun? Yeah. Do you hate Gears 4? People do. Do people generally hate Gears 4? I thought it was good. I thought it was better than Judgment. If that's... I don't even remember if that's what the game was called. The one where you play as, what's his name? Baird? Is that his name? I think it's Baird. I haven't played the Gears games in a long time. The blonde guy with the ego. Gears has been dead to me since 3. I'm mostly the same way. I think 4... Okay, here's my thing with Gears. I've never really liked Gears multiplayer. I've always just played Gears for the campaign and the Horde mode. And Gears 4 had a solid campaign and the best Horde mode of the series. So for me, Gears 4 was like... I didn't like it as much as 2 or 3, But I definitely enjoyed Gears 4. I didn't, like, play the shit out of it, but I liked it. I didn't think it was that bad. What are your favorite games with the number 2? Gears of War 2. God of War 2. Devil May Cry. Yeah, that one. That one's just me having a ha-ha, of course. Trying to think. 2. Halo 2. Dark Souls 2. Yeah, we love Dark Souls 2. I gotta actually get through Dark Souls 2 someday. I say it so often, but like, I've tried to play Dark Souls 2 twice. I get to the end of that first area, like the forest area, and then I just never go back. Like, I don't finish my playthrough. I start a playthrough thinking I'm gonna finally play through the whole thing, get through the first area, and then just never am interested enough to return and actually play through the rest of the game. That's my cycle with Dark Souls 2. Insert game here, too. I'm trying to think, what are, like, really good games with the number 2? Halo 2 I wouldn't call a good game, but it's my personal favorite Halo game overall. But it has some crazy big flaws that I recognize. Black Ops 2? Resident Evil 2, yeah. But for me, the remake of Resident Evil 2 is my favorite. So, if that still counts, if the remake of Resi 2 being my favorite Resi counts, then yeah. The original RE2 is still like my 4th favorite out of the entire franchise, but Viva Pinata 2, Portal 2, I haven't replayed Portal 2 yet. I replayed the first one in all of like an hour and a half. Like literally less than 2 hours. I think it was like an hour 40 minutes or so. It's still called Resident Evil 2? True. But yeah, the remake of Resi 2 is my favorite Resi game. So not quite the original, but like, why was the blood so chunky on that? I can see the squares on the blood effect there. That's weird. The squares that should be transparent, I mean. Arkham Asylum 2? Yeah, pretty much. That counts. Arkham City counts as, like, the second game being the best one. I count Arkham City in that. I think that with games, they're much more likely... You know how, like, with movies... Hold on, I need to pause for this rant. You know how with movies, the second tends to be really weak? Because they always fail to recognize what made the first story good and follow up on it. In games, it's so much easier to recognize what about the gameplay loop people loved and evolve that in a positive way. So, like, games tend to have amazing sequels, whereas movies... Left 4 Dead 2, that... I can't believe I didn't say that one. Because, yeah. Silent Hill 2. Yes. Kung Fu Panda 2. Payday 2. The first Payday, I've played it for a few hours. It's really not even that good. Really not even that good. Anyway. The first Payday game is just the most, like, meh, it's alright kind of thing. Terminator 2 is a great second movie. I love Terminator 2. A naiad? I don't even know what this is. Many have drowned, longing for her embrace. Hey, can I get some of that embrace? I can breathe down here. Let us embrace. Really not gonna let me embrace with the naiad, huh? Really gonna be like that? Am I supposed to go up or down? I don't know. Payday 2 ain't that good either. It's just fun. No, Payday 2 is good. Because, hear me out, Payday 2, they know what they're doing. They're making, like, a little junk food game that's addictive and grindable. And it's one of the most addictive and grindable, like, junk food games I've ever played. I've heard from a lot of people that because I like Payday 2 so much, I should play Deep Rock Galactic. But I just haven't picked it up on sale yet. But everyone I know who's played it is like, dude, you would love Deep Rock Galactic. I've only ever heard, like, the most positive things about it. Why is the prompt only appearing back here? Also, the screen, like those little blue flashes are definitely an emulator issue. Ignore that. Has been known to yield magical gifts pleasing them using. Oh, fuck! Oh. Okay, that was less than I thought it was about to be. I was like, what did I just do? Arkham Knights 2. Doubled speed lines. Gotham Knights. Do it again. Hold on. That was nice. Yeah, just a little kith. Little kith. Wait, what? Where'd you go? W minigames? That isn't even a minigame. It's just if you press the interact button. Ninja Gaiden 2? Yeah, Ninja Gaiden I'm kind of mixed on. I'm of two minds on Ninja Gaiden in general. Oh, Metal Gear Solid 2? Even though 3 is the best MGS, for me at least. Assassin's Creed 2? Assassin's Creed 2! Hot take incoming. I replayed it like a year and a half ago or so. Assassin's Creed 2 is fucking bad. It's crazy. Chat, if you have nostalgia for AC2, don't replay it. Don't. That game sucked ass. Because I had so much, like, 360 era nostalgia for it, and I replayed it, and oh my god, it was just bad. Friend of the show, False, is currently streaming through Assassin's Creed 2, because she loved it when she was a kid. And she is at the point where she's like, okay, I think I'm close to the end, I just have to finish it. Like, she doesn't even want to keep playing it, she's just too close to, like, drop it now, sort of thing. Assassin's Creed doesn't have any good games. I think I agree. However, Black Flag is a great junk food game. Like exactly what I was saying earlier. BioShock 2, it's okay. BioShock 2 wasn't as good as the original, though. Like, the original BioShock is still the best one. Oh, I should have blocked there. Half-Life 2. Yeah, I forgot about Half-Life 2. I have a weird personal preference. I like Half-Life 1 more than I like Half-Life 2. So, yep. It's just a weird personal thing. I just like Half-Life 1 a little more, personally. I don't have the nostalgia attachment to Half-Life 2, though. Like, I know for a lot of people, it's a very nostalgic game because it was so, like, mind-blowing at the time. But for me, I feel like the first game just kind of worked better. I was kind of just more immersed in the first game than the second when I played it. I don't really have much, like, tangible stuff to nail it down with. I just didn't get as into Half-Life 2 as I did the original game. I think Half-Life 2 is still great. I don't think it's as good as it's often made out to be. Don't at me. I have played a bit of Black Mesa. I actually haven't played Black Mesa yet. I don't even own a copy of it yet. Someday, I'll play Black Mesa, because I do like the first Half-Life a lot. And that seems like a really impressive remake of it. Especially the story behind Black Mesa is so good. Like the development story. Here we go. Fun trivia, gaming history trivia stuff. There was a port that was marketed as a remake of Half-Life 1 called Half-Life Source. Nowadays, Half-Life Source has a very bad reputation, but when it launched, it was never anywhere near as bad as it is if you play it on modern systems. Essentially, TLDR, if you've ever heard about how bad Half-Life Source is, sometime around like 2013 or 2014, Valve put out a global update to every game running on the Source engine. It was an engine backend update, and it broke the entirety of Half-Life Source, and nothing works the way it's supposed to in that game. And it's the most unplayable bastardization of Half-Life 1 imaginable. But back in the day, it wasn't like that. But they marketed it as a full remake, but all they did was port the original game into the Source engine. Like, same assets, didn't play with the lighting at all. Just the exact same thing. But they marketed it as like a full remake slash remaster leading up to it coming out. So some fans were really disappointed with Half-Life Source and said, you know what? The Source engine is free to use, at least at the time it was. Now you have to license it, but back then they had it open for use, kind of like Unreal Engine is, where it's like if you want to put out a commercial game, you have to license it, but if you just want to make like a fun project and learn how to use the engine, you can. It's like that, and Unity is the same way now. But they picked up the Source engine, and they said, we will remake Half-Life 1 if they won't, and we'll make it better than it ever was. And they worked on it for years. They had a really good playable build on, like, ModDB. And then Valve was like, hey, we will pay you guys to license Black Mesa as a full game. And so they took that build, and they said, out the window, we're gonna do what we did with this build, but from the ground up, like full-on, from scratch remake. And they worked on it for like 15 years. It just got finished like last summer, officially. And now you can go and play like this full 20-year passion project of a fan remake of Half-Life that Valve paid them to make, like paid them a living wage to make. It's actually a really cool story. John, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I was on some shit there with that story. I love the story behind Black Mesa, though. It's a very wholesome game dev story. Valve actually has a lot of stories like that. Like, a lot of people don't know that the game Portal was based off of, like, there was this random game dev out there who made like a little tech demo in the Source engine using portals. And they were like, hey, we'll pay you to make us a whole game out of this. And of course, when Valve comes to you and is like, we like your shit, we will pay you a full living wage to make more of this shit, you say yes. Like, you say, yep, I will do that. Because of course you do. And then Portal happened. Valve used to be cool, chat. Thought I might as well sub. Separate, unsub. I don't want artificial sub count. Unsub. Undo it. The only time I'll ask for unsub. System Shock 2 is a masterpiece, bro. Thank you! This is my favorite chatter now. I want all of you to know this. He's played System Shock, he's played Dino Crisis. He's played Devil May Cry. He's my favorite now. I sit here about probably once a month or so, if not more. And I'm like, hey chat, just so you know, you can get System Shock 2 for like $3. And it's one of my favorite games I've ever played in my whole life. You should play it. No one ever plays it. It's practically free entry at $3. No one plays that shit. Mid-ass game? Bro, play it. You don't understand. Has weird controls, though? No, you're thinking of the first one. System Shock 2's controls are fine. System Shock 1 plays more like an operating system than a video game, though. Like, you feel like you're trying to operate like a tank or something when you play the original System Shock. It doesn't work well. But I'm one of the psychos, one of the few people who enjoys System Shock 2 enough that I played the entirety of System Shock 1. Beginning to end, I have actually done it. And I probably will never do it again outside of the remake that now supposedly is coming out in March. Press X to doubt. Esteban, have you played Stalker? I'm testing my favoritism now. I'm pushing it. I'm testing the favoritism. But thank you for the sub, also, Esteban. Appreciate it. Said one bad word. YouTube don't like the bad words. I plan on playing Stalker. I'm gonna tell you what most people probably won't. Have I seen the film? I have. I didn't read it, because you guys know I can't read, but I audiobooked Roadside Picnic. In math, what's the ugliest number? Ugliest number, gotta be 6. I'm gonna be real. It's gotta be, right? It's just 9, but it doesn't look quite as good. So proud of you. Why? Have you read Roadside Picnic? It's great. I liked it. I was gonna say 9. Same. Would I like to switch to easy mode? No. Kiss my ass. Would I like to switch to easy mode? Absolutely not. We hard mode. It really asked for easy mode, too. It didn't even say normal, because I'm on hard, right? It didn't even say, would you like to play on normal? It just went straight for easy. The game agrees that you aren't good. Well, see, these guys are a bit of a spatial challenge. Like, I need to have a little more room between me and each one of them to smoothly fight them. You know what, let's try this. I haven't even tried the sword against them. Man, the sword just fucking sucks, doesn't it? Oh, wait. Maybe if I get used to it. Four is my favorite number. I think my favorite, if we're just talking about the visual appeal of numbers, which is the most random thing to judge them on, but here we are. My favorite number visually is probably 7. I think 7 looks pretty cool, if you ask me. Maybe 5 right behind it. I think 5 is a good looking number. God damn it, man. The sword has the damage output. Like in a close space like that. 7 and 5 are the best. 5 is pretty cool. We are really at the point of stream where we're debating the visual appeal of numbers. We've really gotten to this point. We've run out of shit to talk about. Eight is the most attractive. 8 looks nice as well. Fuck, man. Okay. The sword is... Thoughts on Kratos' character? I don't want to say too much, since we're going to be replaying the series. about like progression throughout the trilogy or anything. Like, I don't want to spoil. I like him. I haven't played 4 yet. I think character-wise, the direction they took with 4 and Ragnarok seems really interesting, but I can't speak on it personally because I haven't played yet. So I will hold my peace on those games for now. But from what little I know about his character in those games, from what people have told me about him, I think it seems like a good, logical place to take his character after the original run of the series. That's what I will say. I don't know if I'll end up liking it as much as his original run, but it seems like a good place to take his character. God damn, how much health do you bastards have? Like, I swear I'll have to stun them like 3 times each, man. Like, I can't even block that. Does anyone know fighting game terms here? It's like I have negative frames coming out of those attacks with the sword. Where, like, even if I'm holding block immediately, like, as the attack is going, I'll start holding block to cue it for immediately when the attack ends. And I still don't block because there's so many recovery frames after that I just get hit anyway. Damn it. The startup is too high? Not the startup. It's the frames where I can't do any inputs after the attack is what I'm talking about. Like, once I've executed the attack, the amount of frames before I can put in inputs again. It's not that the startup... Yeah, essentially like the stun, but it's really just me coming out of the last attack that I did. Not me getting hit. It's like when I swing these blades, sometimes I can't block in time after my swing for theirs that's coming in. It's like having negative frames on hit in a fighting game. In like Tekken or some shit. I say Tekken because it's one of the 2 fighting games I actually know how to play. I only understand Tekken and Street Fighter. Those are the only fighting games I can play. And Street Fighter, I'm not even very good. Tekken is my stronger one. Street Fighter, it's like I understand it, I'm just bad at it. Tekken 8 looks hype as fuck, by the way. I can't wait for Tekken 8. Street Fighter 6 looks really fun, too. Currently planning on playing Street Fighter 6 in June when it comes out. Like, on stream, I mean. Tekken 1 is hot garbage. I've actually only played Tekken 7. It's the only one I've ever played. I only started playing Tekken a few months ago. Fuck, man. I picked it up because the trailer for Tekken 8 looked really good. And I was like, yeah, I'll check out 7, because it was on sale for like $4 on Steam. Sorry, thumbnail review. Tom made more thumbnails. Oh my god, he made so many. He has now made me a thumbnail for every mainline God of War game through 4. Gaming hot takes. Let's see, what are games that people like that I don't like, or games that people don't like that I like? I have System Shock 2 installed. Play it later tonight, Tom, and I think you will enjoy it. My Steam won't open. It just said it doesn't have enough disk space. Oh, there might be so many temp files from the emulation that it's literally maxing my C drive. That would be something. Well, I can't open Steam to give myself easy answers. I need to actually think of them off the top of my head then. Let's see, I don't like The Last of Us, but I talked about that earlier today. I just feel like it has no substance beyond its story. Like, the gameplay in it is so mind-numbingly boring that I could never enjoy it. And I get that the story is, like, the point of it. But then, like, if I'm playing a game, I want to play a game. I don't, like... It's cool to have a good story in a game, but for me, you need to have a good game to start with, you know? Then I'll get into your story. But the game itself needs to be enjoyable. I also don't like the Telltale games. Because again, I need a little more game with my story. I've never been a fan of the Telltale games. Like, the story in The Walking Dead Season 1 Telltale game is, like, really good. I got through it over time, like, I think I played it over, like, the course of a year. But, yeah, I just need a little more game with my story, man. Let's see. Story is more important? Why wouldn't you, like, watch a show or a movie, then? Like, if story is all you're playing games for, like, sure, there are types of stories that games will tell better. Like, the storytelling format is certainly different. That's why game adaptations in, like, film and TV don't really work well, ever. But it's like, I don't know, man. Like, Metal Gear Solid tells one of the most entertaining stories across all of its games that I've ever seen in a game. But, like, if Metal Gear Solid wasn't fun to begin with, I wouldn't like Metal Gear. Thankfully, those games are good to begin with. There are very few exceptions where I can get into a game purely off of story. Like, Mass Effect 1 is one where I'm like, yeah, this gameplay is bad. It's just there to, like, get you between story moments and world-building moments. The mouse doesn't control the camera. Don't switch me to easy mode. Fucking bitch. Rebind your controls, Tom. Also, don't play it while you have stream on in the background. Wait, like, 30 minutes, Tom. Just wait. Because it's one of the most immersive games I've ever played. And that's part of the charm. Metal Gear has good game. You see, exactly where I was going. Like, the gameplay is fun in Metal Gear, and the story is good. There's no need to have it be, like, mutually exclusive. Like, if you just want to write a story and put out a story, then I don't know why you'd make a game for it. Like, you're kind of disadvantaging yourself. Because when people pick up a game, they expect to play something. And if all you want to do is write a story and have a well-told story, then the gaming medium is probably not where you should go for that. If you want to make a good game with a good story, the gaming medium's incredible for that. And when those two things come together, for me, obviously, as someone who, like, I work in the industry, I've, like, essentially dedicated myself to the gaming industry in more ways than OBS crashed. And I didn't even know until you guys were saying it. Until Tom said YouTube servers. I didn't know. My OBS just crashed. Like, there was no sign of it or anything. And yes, I died. But genuinely, what I said was, like, to Sepper's thing of, like, the point is that you're doing something. What's the point if doing things isn't fun? Like, if the act of doing something isn't fun, then game bad. Generally, my take with, like, if you just want to tell a good story, I don't think you should use games, is like, if you want to tell a story, you can tell a story in a traditional sense much more effectively with other mediums. Like, games are for a like I said earlier, some stories translate better to games than film and vice versa. But, like, I'm trying to think of an example. A story like The Last of Us is very much like a TV/film story, which is why the likelihood of the show being bad is pretty small. Because, like, if they just faithfully adapted the game story, then, like, boom, you win. Because it's perfectly crafted for that. I hate movie games. Well, I would say some of the Metal Gear games honestly start to border on, like, movie games. But I think what you're talking about is more like Telltale's The Walking Dead or, like, Until Dawn, stuff like that. It's a really boring and restrictive way of looking at games. I don't think so. I think games that only aim to tell a story and don't put all that much effort into their gameplay are boring and restrictive. Like, by their nature. I love Metal Gear. Yeah, I would, like... I'm assuming what you're saying is stuff like Telltale and stuff like that. The gameplay is used to support the story. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Tom, is something like The Last of Us. Like, if the gameplay is used to support the story, but the gameplay isn't good, then why do I want to engage with the story? Not even just the story. If I don't want to engage with the gameplay, I'm not going to make it through the story. Like, I'm going to drop the game. I think there's a lot of games that have good story, bad gameplay. But very rarely do I finish those games. You connect more with Joel's choice at the end. I don't know how I feel about that one. I don't think that I agree more with Joel's choice at the end because I played as him and crouched around zombies for the last 10 hours. I think that the fact that I spent that amount of time with Joel attaches me to him, but the fact that I repeated boring and monotonous tasks doesn't do anything for me, story-wise or gameplay-wise. It just makes it monotonous. It only makes you more connected. But what I'm trying to get at is, do you feel more connected because you snuck around clickers for 10 hours? Specifically in the context of the story. Specifically in context of story, I'm saying. Do you feel more connected to Joel's decision that is made for you, to Sepper's point? Because the vast majority of games with good stories just have a linear story. You don't make choices in the majority of them. It's a laid out, predetermined story in most cases. Very few games allow you to select story paths that have actual meaningful differences. I don't think that because I snuck around zombies, I've empathized with Joel's decision anymore. I think it's just that I spent such a long amount of time with Joel that I am. Take, for example, like, one of my favorite Western TV show of all time is Dexter. And without saying much for people who have seen the show, there is the season 8 finale of Dexter, the final episode of the show. Dexter does some wild shit that a lot of people were really angry about. But I empathized with Dexter incredibly deeply, and I didn't control Dexter. I had nothing to do with that decision. And but I empathized deeply. Because I spent like 50 hours with Dexter as a character, exploring his mind. I don't think that because I snuck around and shot or stabbed zombies, that makes me more connected to Joel. I think it's just the length of time does that. Which is certainly a benefit to the gaming format. Because like a movie is like 2 hours. A game is like 10 on average. I think you're looking at it wrong. I'm looking at it in a sense of like, I don't understand. I'm trying to frame it. And I'm trying to word it differently to try to make the point a different way. I'm trying to frame it from a different perspective. Because I really don't understand making a game where the gameplay isn't what you're focused on. Like, if my focus in a game's development is the story, the presentation, and the writing, like, from a creative sense, not just, like, from my specific role, because, like, there's writers, there's animators, stuff like that, right? If from the offset, the creative direction of the game is to be like, this is a movie that you sometimes interact with, I don't get that. At that point, like, if the gameplay isn't priority, I think there's a better suited medium for that story. Doesn't mean it's the main point of every game. I'm not saying it's the main point of every game. What I said is, I don't understand why you would make a game from the offset and say, the gameplay doesn't matter all that much, because the story is the important part of what we're trying to do. I'm saying at that point, I feel like maybe your project is better suited to a different medium. Hello. My stuff crashed again. I'm looking at... Oh, come over here. What is happening? Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's it. It's temp files. I knew it! I'm cleaning my temp files real quick so that my Discord stops crashing. Hold on. Let it cook. Okay. We should be fine. How could you make a Telltale game as a film? You certainly could. Actually, not as a film. Do you remember, a few years ago, the Black Mirror thing? Do you know what I'm talking about? Netflix did a thing where it was a Black Mirror story that you consistently made choices throughout and it was like choose your own adventure with Black Mirror. Netflix did that. They made that a thing. It exists. You can go do it right now. It literally, that's a Telltale game as a film. It was a video game. It was just on Netflix. I wouldn't call that a video game. It was something that you watched, and then it would get to a point, and it would say, what do you want to do? And you'd select, and it would load up the next, like, episode, essentially, in quotes, that was just what would happen if you made that choice. That's essentially what a Telltale game is. Telltale games have more discussion choices, but rarely choices that affect directly the outcome of what comes next. Like, there's literally a term for it where it's like movie game. Like, that's what Telltale is called, that's what Minecraft Story Mode is called, that's what the Black Mirror thing was. Like, sure, it's a game, but if the gameplay is just deciding what happens in the story, is that necessarily like a video game? Because, like, a lot of things are games. Board games are games. Slot machines are games. But is something like Telltale, or let's say the Black Mirror thing, is that a video game? Or is that just a game? Because there's a difference. And that's an important discretion to make in a discussion like this. You kindly answer my question. Hold on, what? It's way up now. Do I have some sort of authority to lighten automod? No. Distinction. Yes, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. You're doing the right equation, but missing the point. What's the point? Like, I get... You keep saying the... games make you feel more connected. Is that the point? Because you know what makes me feel really not connected? When the game sucks, and I drop it because I don't have fun playing it, and then I don't even see the end of the story. Regardless of how good it may or may not be. That doesn't lead to connection. Like The Last of Us. I hate The Last of Us. My first playthrough, I dropped it because I was so bored. My second playthrough, I tried to give it another go. I dropped it. Like, it took 3 tries of The Last of Us and really forcing myself through it to even see the end of it. To even see more than half of it, frankly. Because the game was so boring. Also, I was on the last enemy there, so I'm pissed. I don't like Joel nor Ellie. I like both of their characters. I think The Last of Us has a good story. I'm not gonna ever take that from it. But it's like, dude, I don't want to play that fucking game. As good as that story might be, I just really, like, it feels like getting through an absolute slog of a game is like a prerequisite to being able to enjoy a story. It's like how when One Piece fans tell you that you just have to watch until like episode 76, and you're like, I don't want to have to watch 76 episodes to get to a good story. I feel that way about games. Like, I don't want to have to get through a bunch of bullshit I'm not gonna enjoy to get to the small good parts that come out of it. Like, at that point, it's not worth it. I could just play something or watch something that's gonna be good from the beginning, and then I'm going to enjoy thoroughly throughout. It's why when people who really like Better Call Saul are like, oh, you just have to get to like season 3 where it gets really good. It's like, I don't want to watch 20 hours of it for it to get good. Because like 30 hours of enjoyment isn't worth 20 hours of not enjoying it for me. Like, I don't want to spend 20 hours of my free time not enjoying it to get to a part where I will. This is why The Last of Us is a bad example? What do you mean? Is that the gameplay was ass? Well, what I'm saying, Tom, is like, The Last of Us is a game where, like, if you listen to Neil Druckmann's interviews, when people ask him, what did you want to do with The Last of Us? Do you know what he'll say? He'll say, I wanted to tell Joel and Ellie's story. And my question is, if you didn't care about the gameplay from the offset, and you just wanted to tell this story that you had thought of, why even use gaming as a medium at that point? Like, if you don't want to make a game, you don't have to make a game. Because, like, clearly, because Neil Druckmann, that is his response when asked, what did you want to do with The Last of Us? He'll say, I wanted to tell this story. It's like, if you didn't want to make a game, why did you make a game, Neil? You still talking about it? I was lurking and saw you looking at the Last of Us post. No, this is a completely unrelated Last of Us topic. They failed to do what I'm trying to defend. Isn't the Last of Us... I don't remember what game this started with. Makes more of an impact when you make the decisions. But again, like the Black Mirror thing. Like, you can make a game, but it doesn't have to be a video game where you, like, focus on that part. I'm focused. Believe it or not, I can't manage to block all the attacks while outputting damage, unless I just want to sit here for ages. I could get into design talk on why this game sucks. Or not this game, sorry, this room. This game doesn't suck. This room sucks. I like story-focused games, too. What the discussion that we're at, False, is, I'm saying, like, if the story is the only point of making the game from the offset, like, if you don't want to make a fun game on top of telling a good story, I'm saying that there are other mediums more well-suited to something like that. Because, like, if game not fun, like the Walking Dead game, yes. Yes. Like the Walking Dead game, where it's like, we just wanted to tell a story, we didn't really want to, like, make a game. I prefer the game over the show. I mean, I do too. I don't know if that's necessarily because the game was great, or because the show was bad, or both. The game's story is great, but, like, I said it earlier, when I want to play a game, I want to play a game. When I want to watch something, I want to watch something. I feel like trying to combine them more often than not. No, that's not what I want to say. Fuck. I know what I'm trying to say. I'm struggling to word it. That's not what I wanted to say. Fucking shit! Come on. Say it should be a rule that they can't combine the mediums. I didn't say it had to be a rule. I'm just saying, like, if you, from the beginning, you're like, we're gonna focus on the story. The gameplay will come up with something to facilitate the story gameplay-wise. It's like, if you just want to tell a story, just tell a story, man. Like, you don't have to make a video game out of it. It really sound like it's what you're trying to say? I'm trying to find a different way to word it. And try to get past this fucking room. Why is your chat so censored? I don't know. I was talking about it earlier too, False. You know when you start up the stream, like, not when you start it up, when you're making the stream event, which I don't even know if you do, because you don't schedule your streams, frankly. You know how you can enable or disable the live chat replay? You know how it gives you the option to do that? Mine used to be like, they would let me enable it, but if certain things were said in chat too much, they would disable it anyway, even if I had turned on live chat replay. As of like the last couple weeks, they've just blacked out the option. Like, it's there, but I can't check the box. Like, now they just straight up don't even let me select live chat replay. Because the back end of YouTube has learned that on my channel, my chatters say shit that's not advertiser friendly. So why even bother? Frick or crud. I saw that before you pulled it, Tom. I didn't get to read the whole thing. Elden Ring, fantastic example of what I'm saying. They had a gameplay formula that they knew was good. They wanted to make it again. The story was written around the game. Like, not the other way around. And it's fine to make a game around a story as long as you have, like, actual passionate ideas that lead to an interesting game. Rather than just, it's a bad example of what I'm trying to say. It's a great example of what I'm trying to say. That was, they had a game that they wanted to make, and then a story was written within the game. And they ended up having great gameplay and a great story. Because like I said, it's fine for a game to have a good story and to have a lot of effort put into the story. It's just like, if you're not interested in making a game, I don't know why you would buckle down and force yourself to make a game. It is my point. Like a lot of creative directors often do. It drives me nuts. Because I'm like, if making a game wasn't the point, then why did we make one? Like, when you have people like Neil Druckmann, whose answer to why did you make this game is, I wanted to tell this story. It's like, he didn't even want to make a game. He wanted to make a story. But because Neil Druckmann works in the game industry, he forced himself to not branch out and to make a game instead. You can grab the chest as long as they're off screen, is that true? Oh my god! These attacks, like, I can't get shit in. That's what happens here in this room. I'm in a small room with very aggressive enemies that, if I do want to safely play this room, the way to do it is to just block and wait. Whereas the rest of the game is like, funny, spinny blade, go ham on enemies, be a badass. And then I get put in this room that's like, actually, now you gotta play on the back foot. Now you're on the defense. I don't think you'll know them? What, shit? Stuff like Her Story? Like that kind of game? I went to game design school. Chances are, if you know a game, whether I've played it or not, I know it. I'm very deep in this shit. I was required to play Depression Quest for a course once. You know Milk Inside a I do. You didn't know Gravity Rush? Yeah, I had never heard of Gravity Rush. That shit, I had never heard of that before in my life. Even those H-anime games. I know that you're not talking about what I think you're talking about when you say H-anime. Of course, I know that you're not talking about what the average person might think you're talking about. Hilariously, I do know some of them by name because one of my friends has a bunch of them on his account, on his Steam account. And it's very funny, and I bully the fuck out of him for it because he deserves it. Because ain't no way you're putting those games on your main Steam account that everyone adds you on. It's like simultaneously the most Chad thing, and thing that's just like, why? You gotta at least try to hide it, man. Also, hello Sanchez, how's it going? Oh, fuck me! Get out of here. Playing Legacy? Ah. You're supposed to hide the sus games on Steam? Yeah, like a bunch of like paid ones. I also had a buddy in college who had every achievement in Honey Pop on his main Steam account, and that was very funny. That was really funny to me. And he was very embarrassed when we found out. It was not like a, yeah, I 100%ed it for a joke. It was like, oh, Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy. I've talked about it before. And, I've had some, like, people in my community who I know are trans be like, yeah, the way that you're looking at it is very valid and fine. Because, like, I fucking hate that J.K. Rowling still makes money off of any and everything Harry Potter. I really wish that she didn't. But, like, for a lot of people, on one hand of things, just from, like, an average consumer side, because my reasoning is different. For a lot of people, Harry Potter is, like, a childhood nostalgia thing from long before J.K. Rowling was, like, publicly a piece of shit. He paid off Finn. It's not just Finn. Crowley and Bucket have also been like, yeah, the way that you look at it is fine. To expect, like, the average consumer out there to completely write off one of their, like, childhood nostalgia franchises because, like, the person who wrote it is a bad person and happens to still profit off of it, like, it sucks. It's a very unfortunate reality, but it's like, you can't blame people for still liking Harry Potter, you know? And on my side of things, it's like, I cover new games as they come out. When I play a new game, it normally does better than, it normally does a lot better than playing old games on my channel, games that are already out. For me, skipping a new big release like Hogwarts Legacy is like leaving half my revenue for the month on the table. Like saying, no, I'm gonna only make half the money this month because I don't like J.K. Rowling's opinions. Like, I can't really do that. I really can't afford to do that. As much as I would love to say, fuck you, J.K. Rowling, I can't really do that. Oh, shit. Care about a game over trans rights. Yeah, there will always be people. But in all honesty, it's like, I feel like that's from my community expressing how they feel about the way I feel to me. It seems like the people who are completely like, you are a horrible person if you engage with Harry Potter media. That seems to be a very vocal, small group of people. You did it? I did do it. Thank fuck. Was this a... Oh no, it was for a key. I thought that that was all for like an extra collectible upgrade. And I was like, there's no fucking way. I saw that chest and just about lost it. That was gonna be stream ending 6 minutes early. Yeah. What's up here? Wait, what is up here? The fuck? I do care, it's just I'm a Harry Potter baby. That's what I'm saying. Like, not any and everyone who engages with Harry Potter is inherently a bad person and hates trans people. Because that's crazy. Right? Like, some people have a lot of attachment to Harry Potter as a franchise. And as much as they might not like J.K. Rowling and her opinions, like, for a lot of people, there's a strong attachment there. Only some of them do. I mean, to say that no one who engages with Harry Potter is transphobic would be wild. In any group of people, there's going to be people like that. There's going to be just overly hateful people. in any demographic you look at. You've read the books. I read like the first 3, I think. Hold on. I want to read Finn's thing because I glanced at it, but I didn't get to read it. I can't bring myself to enjoy Harry Potter related stuff because I'm trans, but I won't bash others for stuff. Like, I feel like that's generally the take that I've had expressed to me, where it's like, I can't really bring myself as a trans person to like fund J.K. Rowling's life, but I can't really blame other people for engaging with it. Monetarily supporting Rowling can actively harm trans people. That's true. And it sucks that that's true. Like, it really fucking sucks. But, like, yeah. In my case, it's like leaving a large portion of my income just on the table, as I said before. I can't think of another way to say it. But essentially giving up a large portion of my income for it for the month. Which, like, if I were in a different financial reality than I am, I would be willing to do. But I'm not in that kind of financial reality. It's just, that's where I'm at. Yes, I know Lovecraft's cat. Okay, yes. Yes, I know Lovecraft's cat. I don't know how widely known it is. I went to school in the age of the internet. It's very known. Telling me you aren't rich? Bro. Were you not here yesterday while I was complaining about not being able to find an affordable place to live? I thought you were here for that bit. I kid. Yeah, I know. But yeah. Hey, maybe YouTube Shorts monetization will be good enough that I can skip Hogwarts Legacy and say fuck J.K. Rowling. But even then, money is motivating. Like, it's easy for me to sit here and be like, oh yeah, if I was in a better financial spot, I would love to skip it, and I would be fine with not making the money. But then there's always the thing of like, you actually get yourself into that position, and sometimes the way you think you'd react is different from how you react. Like, there's that part of me that's like, I like to think that if I could afford to give it up, I would. But there's also the reality of, like, money. Money is good. Are you fucking kidding me? One of them was a static and one of them was a... Might stream it on YouTube so then no one will notice. I think if you give your level-headed take... Trying to find a way to word this. There are situations in streaming that I know you've had, because I've had so many of them, where I lose a community member for whatever reason. And in a lot of those cases, there's some sort of like, maybe it's not that bad. I think if there's someone who is that viscerally upset about it with you, and you lose them, it was kind of inevitable, in a way. You're about to lose another one? No, I'm trying to word this carefully, because it's like, if I know what I'm thinking, but sometimes words don't come out right. Always just donate like 50 quid to mermaids or some... Yeah, I mean... I don't know if responses like that... Normally when I see stuff like that, at least, it rubs me the wrong way. But again, like, outsider's perspective sort of thing, where it's like, I'm not as directly involved, so the way that I react to stuff like that probably isn't the same way others will. Where's my thumbnail credit? Is it not there? It should be. Wait, was it not in the last stream then? Oh, you can't keep not paying me? Sorry, I have to pay Tom, and actually, stream ends in like a minute. Let me get to a save point. I'll update it right when I end stream. Because I just looked at the time, too. It's missing on all the God of War VODs? Okay, well, this is the second... Yeah, because I copy everything over. So if I forgot it one time, and then I start copying over, it stays not there. Link my PayPal in your bio or something. No, Tom has never asked for payment for thumbnails. So that's why the joke of I pay Tom an exposure came about, because I'm like, well, I'll just put his YouTube in the description since he sometimes does a YouTube video when he eventually gets to it. So, because Tom was literally like, no, pay me nothing, I unironically pay him an exposure. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Hey, I said what I said. Anyway. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, and you haven't done so already, I never said that. You literally just made a thumbnail and you were like, here. You didn't ask me for anything. I'll take money. Anyway. I'll take money is funny. Sorry. I was holding in a laugh, but then it got to me. What did I say? If you enjoyed, sub if you're new. Games are good. We play video games. I don't remember what I did and didn't say of that part. You got the short version. Also, if you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a like on the stream if you enjoyed it. Helps out a lot with algorithm and stuff. Last God of War VOD got limited ads. I don't know if it was nudity or violence that got me limited ads. It could have been either. So today is going to be a coin toss because there was no nudity on this one. So we'll see. But I appreciate the algorithm help regardless, because it's probably all of the above. It could have been all of the above, but it could have been one or the other. I think it was one or the other, because if it was both, I think I would have gotten just straight demonetized. But I only got limited. So I don't know. Makes me think it was only one or the other. Anyway, I'm rambling. Like stream, algorithm helps a lot. Smile. If you're looking for links to anything outside of YouTube to engage with the community, things like Twitter, Discord, etc., stuff like that's down in the description. If you're looking for any of that, it's been a long day of talking, man. My voice is done. Anyway, with all that being said, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you all have the rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream. I hope to see all of you guys back here next time, and goodbye.